Checking that everything is working fine. Checking that everything is working. Okay, so the topic today is about art of India, and today I will start with mythology. It is going to be a very long stream because there is a lot of art. Well, just starting now. In the introduction, there will be a lot to talk about mythology, so that's when I will talk about that. In India, civilization began in the middle of the 3rd millennium BCE in the area of the Indus Basin, where perhaps Sumerian influences exist. From 1500 BCE, there was the invasion of the Indi, peoples of the Aryan race in the Indo-European language, from whose fusion with the pre-existing population, the Indus civilization was born. Art in India is a reflection of the society and has a religious character, integrated with nature and the universal order. This is a map. Maybe here it will appear bigger. About the art, there is over all the map, places over all the map. Later, when I play the game, an artistic adventure, you will see that there are cities over all the map that are interesting to visit. The Indian aesthetic was developed in the Gupta period. For art, the sacred texts were very important, called Shastras, particularly the Vastu Shastras, architecture treatises, and also the Shilpa Shastras, treatises for painters and sculptors. The Treatise of Sadanga establishes the 6 aesthetic principles for painting: Rupa Veda, Pramani, Bhava, Lavana Yohanam, Sadrishyam, Varnika Vanga, Rasa, and Chanda. Rupa Veda, a science of... I just noticed... I have to... For the format, Rupa Veda, science of forms, Brahmani, sense of relations, Bhava, science of feeling, Lavana Yohanam, sense of grace, Sadrishyam, science of comparisons, Varnika Vanga, science of colors, and later 2 more were added: Rasa, the quintessence of taste, and Chanda, the rhythm. There are 9 kinds of emotions related with colors, and these are related with positions. The first 4 sculptures are examples of these positions: Buddha in Samavanga position, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara in Avanga position, Yaksi in Trivanga position, and Shiva in Ativanga position. These are the pictures. These pictures, I will add them now in the presentation. Buddha in Samavanga, Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara in Avanga, Yaksi in Trivanga, and Shiva in Ativanga. Sexuality and erotism are represented without dissimulation. The lingam and yoni are the masculine and feminine symbols, coming from ancient Neolithic fertility rites. The lingam and yoni are these. There are stories about the lingam, especially the Shiva linga. I'll talk about that when the gods. Okay, I'm going to add pictures here. I think no need to explain what means the lingam and yoni. I think you can pretty much understand what this means. I think 3. Buddha, la Avalokitesvara. You wonder what are these characters? Don't worry, soon I will talk more about them. Jaxi. And Siva. And then the Lingam and Ioni. One moment, I need to do a copy paste. Ioni. I'm not going to focus much in the format of this text because all the time I close this presentation and then all these texts are a bit like the direction changes or something, so this time I will go faster adding this text. Buddha in Samabanga. Samabanga. Yes. Avalokitesvara in Abanga. Jaxi in Trivanga. And the last one, Siva in Adivanga. Okay, continue. In India, religion started with Vedins, religion of the Vedas. Brahman is the absolute deity, an abstract being. The most important book is the Rig Veda. Brahmanism is a religion of transition between the Vedas and Hinduism. Its main books are the Mahabharata and Ramayana. Let me see for the points. Okay, let's see if I have to put a picture in here. The wheel of samsara is the cycle of birth, death, and reincarnation. The law of karma regulates life in samsara. The only way to escape of the endless cycle of reincarnation is by reaching the nirvana. Brahmanism has a social structure called castes, being from higher to lower. The Brahmanes, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Shudras, and Paryas. Okay, these puddings. So this is the wheel of samsara. Well, I was thinking if I have to put a picture here about Brahman, but Brahman is like abstract deity, so obviously there are no picture about him. I know what I'm going to do here. This, I will put it in this. And here the wheel of Samsara. Let's see this picture in big because I really like this. The quality of this picture is not very good, but you can see the wheel of Samsara. Buddhism appeared around the 6th century BCE with Buddha called Prince Siddhartha Gautama of the Sakya clan. He noticed about suffering and wanted to reach the liberation for him and for everyone. He stayed 7 weeks in the shadow of the Bodhi tree until he reached illumination. He preached for many years until eventually he died and became extinct, not reincarnated. A bodhisattva is someone who is searching the supreme illumination, the same as Buddha. The lotus flowers is the symbol of purity, resurrection, and beauty. I'll talk more about Buddhism very soon. Let me see. Buddhism, lotus flower, and this is into this. I'm thinking how to format this. I think doing this not good. I will put both things here. The lotus and the Buddha. It was this. Hinduism appeared at around 11th century CE. The main gods are the Trimurti, the Trinity of Brahma, Shiva, and Vishnu. The main texts are the Vedas, the Upanishads, Mahabharata, Ramayana, Purana, and Shastras. Brahma, one moment, sorry, I just forgot how this format I want to do before I forget. This always happens. Okay. So, Brahma is the god of 4 heads that creates the universe. Vishnu is the god of 4 arms that preserves the universe. And Shiva is the god that destroys the universe in the end of the world. The god of 4 heads. It's the god. I'm going to remove this that preserves the universe and the one. Okay. Brahma is married with Sarasvati, goddess of knowledge. Vishnu uses to descend to the lands of men to help them. He has many avatars, reincarnation as Krishna in the Mahabharata of Rama in the Ramayana. In the image, it is Krishna and Radha, his wife, with gopis and gopa, shepherds of cows. I think gopa is the singular. So I'm going to remove it, shepherds of cows. Shiva is married with Parvati, daughter of the mountain, and their child is Ganesha, the god with elephant head, Lord of arts, science, and abundance. Okay, I'll pause here for the gods. This is the Trimurti. Here, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Some very quick advice to difference these two because they are very similar. Notice that Vishnu has a crown, but Shiva doesn't have a crown. He has the hair like this. And then other attributes, obviously, are the things that they have in the hands. I will show it in this, but I think better just another beast, no, because I want a close-up. So you see the things that he has in the hands. This is a cell that it's like he blows in the cell and it produces a sound. And he used this in the Kurukshetra war in the Mahabharata. This is the chakra, if I remember well, it is called like that. In fact, I'm going to check. Vishnu, things he has in the hands. I want to have it very clearly. The discus, I think the discus is called chakra. Yes, the chakra is the discus. Okay. This is the lotus flower, and this is the mace. Mace is related with royalty. So you see the Sankha, the conch. It is this. Then the chakra is this. This appears as a kind of weapon also. Like I remember in the Ramayana, he uses this like throwing to the enemy, and then it will cut the enemy. Later I will put example of that. Then the other thing is the Gada, the mace, this, and the Padma, the lotus flower. Now the other is Viva. Yes, you see that he has a crown, so it's like he's like a king. I'm going to close this. And then Shiva. The attributes of Shiva. You see, Shiva doesn't have a crown. He has the hair like with this, I'm not sure how to call it, but like this kind of, I don't know how to say. But this, You understand. I think you understand what you see in it. And then the attributes that he has in the hands. I think this picture is not very good because the attributes are here. And I want one where he have the attributes in the hands. And by the way, you see that he has this snake around him. Here also doesn't have it in the hands. Okay, I think this one... not exactly. It's not that the pictures are bad, it's just that I want him to have the things in the hands. Still not very good. Well, Siva. Well, his attributes is this trident and this musical instrument, this percussion instrument. I'm going to try to find a better picture. You see here the instrument. I think this is also another one. Their skin, the trident, small hand drum, and a club with a skull at the end. See the trident, the drum, and the other things don't appear here. Well, the most important things are this trident and the drum. You see, it appears in all the pictures. Here you see, here again, here you see here the drum again, the trident, the drum. Where's the drum? Here. Well, I also noticed this kind of horn. Here again, the trident and the drum and the snake around the neck. Here again, trident and the drum. And here is like with the family. So here you see Ganesha and this is Parvati. And then the circle of flames is the Shiva Nataraja. It will appear later in the art also, but I say it now. The circle of flames. Is here again the snake. I think this is the drum. And he's like, this is a kind of dwarf. It's like ignorance, if I remember correctly. Well, so I think now you can distinguish them. I'm going to try to search up. Well, no need to search, you can see here. I think now you can see the difference between Vishnu and Shiva. You see, I just do a quick summary again. This one has the crown, and the things in the hands are the shell of cones, the lotus flower, the chakra disc, and the mace. And then Vishnu, Shiva. He has no crown and the hair like in this hairstyle. He has the snake around the neck. He has the drum and the trident. So I think very easy to distinguish now. And this one is very easy to distinguish because he has the four heads. This is Sarasvati. This is Krishna and Radha with the gopis. This is Shiva, Parvati, and Ganesha. And this is continuing. Okay. I put the pictures now. Vishnu, Shiva, and where is the other? And here, Brahma. Oh, and I have in the desktop a picture of Vishnu that is very cool. You see he has the lotus, the cones, the chakra disc, the mace, and the crown in the head. He also has these serpents around him. There are myths related with the serpents. And like the preservator of the universe, there are interesting myths about that, like he opens his mouth and then the whole universe is inside his mouth. Very cool story. When I finish this origins chapter, then it's when I will talk more about mythology, like more order. Now I'm just saying some very basic things. Brahma, by the way, don't confuse Brahman with the N at the end and Brahma without the N. Brahman is the impersonal, ethereal, or invisible deity. Like a sentence that I think can summarize him very well is like the soul of the universe. Don't confuse him with Brahma. They are different deities. Vishnu and Shiva. And then these ones with the marriage. Just like close it. This one is Saraswati. Thinking how to put that. Because I want Ganesha to appear. This one, what is this? This is Krishna and Radha. This is also Krishna and the gopis. Krishna and the gopis again. My favorite is this one. Very beautiful. Let's see. This Trimurti. This is very interesting also because you see Brahma, who has the various heads. Then this is Vishnu. If you notice, I think this is the mace. And the other thing, this is the cell of the cones. I suppose this is the I was going to say a chakra, but probably it's the lotus flower because inside it looks like a flower. And this is Shiva because you can see here the trident. And this is the snake. Here he has crown. But in general, it doesn't have crown, as you can see in the other pictures. This one doesn't seem to have the drum. But it is clearly Shiva because the snake and the trident. I think I'm going to add this picture also. Let it in art. I think it will appear more. Like, remember, this is introduction for now. Well, anyway, I think it's nice to add it. the Trimurti. And here, Saraswati, Shiva. Here, Brahma appears blue, but in general, I haven't seen him represented with blue color. And also, a very curious thing that a person said me is that originally Shiva was not blue, he was black. But because some allergy or something like that to black color, then they made him blue. Like this is from the past. It's like originally Shiva was black because he's from the south of India, and in the south of India people have darker skin. Brahma and Saraswati. Shiva, Parvati, and Ganesha. And then the Krishna and Radha. Mount Meru, cosmogony of the cosmic serpent. The cobra Sesu chaos is enclosing the universe. Vishnu is the cosmic egg. Creatures. There are many creatures in Hindu mythology, so here I just named a few. Deva, Asura, Apsara, Gandharva, Kindeva, Naga, Raksasa, Vinayaka, Jaksa, and Jaksini, and Were Tiger. I will explain more about them now, just I want to see. Okay, I'm going to add this picture and the Mount Meru. And the cosmic egg. And here the Mount Meru. This. Okay, like this. Cosmic egg. This the Mount Meru. And now this is okay. I stop here, and then now I'm going to talk about mythology because this is already art. Mount Meru, and here the different creatures. Just commenting the creatures very quick. The Deva, it's benevolent deity. The Asuras are not benevolent, they are like more evil and they compete with the Devas. Apsara, female spirit of the clouds and waters. The Gandharvas as spirits of nature, that they are like husband and wife. Hindeva are a race of humans that are it's like a mix between human and deva. Naga, the serpent creatures. Rakshasas are demons. Vinayagas are also demons. Yaksa and Yaksi are nature spirits. Yaksa and Yaksi, and the were tiger. This one is very interesting. He is often a dangerous sorcerer that is a menace for the cattle, and he could also eat people. Again, this is art now. Okay, starting with mythology family. I'm going to tell some myths. I've been talking about the gods, but I want to check class course mythology. The India this video because it has a nice animation related with the gods, so I want to.
This is Crash Course.
So you can see all the different gods. There are more like. So I have presented Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva with their partners. Shiva has many partners, you will see now in the video, but I want to present also other gods like Agni, it's the god of fire. Another one is Indra, the god of, not this Indra, India. Indra is the god of rain. And another one is Surya, the god of the sun. These one are the three more important gods other than the main gods. These gods are more ancient than Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. Like this god, especially Agni and Indra, appear a lot in the Vedas. The Vedas is a book mostly about religious chants and hymns, and in there Agni and Indra appear mentioned all the time. And then the Upanishads are more related with Brahman. It's like metaphysics and philosophy and such. And then the Puranas is more like mythological stories involving Vishnu, Shiva, and minor and Brahma, but Brahma doesn't appear that much. Vishnu and Shiva are the main protagonists in there. So you have seen the Trimurti. I'm going to Trimurti. It's the three gods that are Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Here you see again the difference. Here he has the crown. This one doesn't have the crown. He has the serpent, the trident, and this one has the chakra, the cell. Well, you know, it's very easy to differentiate them. But there is also the Tridevi. That is the three main goddesses. Let's see if there is a bigger picture. Three main goddesses that are Saraswati, who is the wife of Brahma. Then there is Lakshmi, that is the wife of Vishnu. And then there is Parvati, that is the wife of Shiva. One of the wives of Shiva. Something else. Okay, for now it's fine. I'm going to put this video and you will see the animation with the different gods.
And its poetry may sound unusual to English ears, but we can handle it. Just lead the way, Bragi, Norse god of poetry. In the earliest Indian traditions, Dios, the Sky Father, and Prithvi, the Earth Mother, were central. Hey, Sky Dad and Earth Mom, nice to see you over here too. Do you mind if I drop off some cosmic laundry? Later, however, Surya, the sun god, Agni, the fire god, and Indra, the warrior king of the gods, took top god.
These three are the main gods before the Trimurti. Like, they appear a lot in the text, especially these two.
Billing from Mom and Dad, who were arguing all the time. Sky Dad, Earth Mom, just knock it off. Stop the fighting. We can all get along. Indra was the child of the sky and the earth and was responsible for keeping them separate, but had his own beef with another god, Varuna, who may once have been the ruler of the gods, but was supplanted by Indra. I mean, hey, even gods got beef, right? I wonder if one of them recorded a diss track. Anyway, the most well-known myth about Indra is about his battle with Vritra, a giant...
Yes, I'm going to comment this one. So, Vritra is like I was going to say personification, although it's not a person, but it represents... I'm not sure how to say, like the desert... The opposite, drought, okay? The opposite of rain, that is drought. So, Indra defeats Vritra.
Serpent, or dragon, whom Indra kills, thus creating the sun, the dawn, and the sky. Yeah, I know, you thought that we had sky covered, but mythology is tricky. The death of Vritra also gave form to chaos, which is nice. So, this is our old friend, the creation story, but with violence instead of sex. In a number of stories, Indra is described as battling and destroying hostile minor deities and demons. I mean, someone has to do it, right? And so...
Yes, battle with demons, another thing that appears a lot in India text. The gods are always battling demons. There is a story that even they try to do some kind of pact of peace with demons, but then other things happen. I will talk more about that a bit later.
Maybe you're thinking, yay, Indra, he fights the good fight. But he also breaks oaths, kills family members, and commits adultery with Ahalya, the wife of the sage Gautama, for which he loses his testicles. Cherries emoji, scissors emoji, face screaming in pain emoji. But hey, wait, it's okay. In another myth, he has them replaced with those of a ram emoji. So I guess it all works out in the end. Indra's weapon of choice is a thunderbolt, similar to Zeus, and by India's classical age, he becomes a god of rain. And this changing function over time is generally emblematic of Indian myth. Like the Egyptian pantheon, it's difficult to pin down one canonical set of myths or characters because they appear in so many forms, often with multiple names. Here's another version of how things get going. In the Vedas, which are the most ancient Hindu scriptures, Prajapati was the creator god. But over time, and especially in the Upanishads, another collection of important Sanskrit texts, the less anthropomorphic concept of Brahman developed. Brahman isn't a god so much as the all-encompassing essence of reality, the supreme cosmic spirit. It's pretty cool, right, Toad? It's not something you can easily represent on a sandstone relief, but then again, it's not that dissimilar from God in the monotheistic religious traditions. Brahman has sometimes been translated as the world soul, and all individual souls are one with it. Don't get too comfortable, though, because Brahman, in later classical Hindu mythology and religion, is embodied and personified as three deities. Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer. They're all distinct with their own stories.
You see again here. Can you spot which one is what god is? So it is. I'd say this one is Vishnu, since he has this thing seems to be, well, I'm doing this, but you don't see in my screen, like there is the mace. The other thing looks like the chakra. I mean, this one is the Vishnu. I think it's Vishnu. Here is the mace. This looks like the chakra, I think. And then this is Shiva, I'd say. Like, not sure if I think it's too broken to say, but I'd say this is Shiva. This is obviously Brahma because he has multiple heads. But it's curious because Vishnu appears often in the center.
And yet also represent aspects of the more esoteric and universal idea of Brahma.
Here again, this one is nice picture. Again, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Here you see that Shiva is not blue. Why this is Shiva? He has the trident here. And also this one has the crown, and this one doesn't have the crown.
Universal idea of Brahman. This triumvirate, the trifecta divine hat trick, Hindus call it the Trimurti. And Vishnu and Shiva loom largest in Indian myths. So then, why is Brahma third banana? Well, once the universe is created, the work of the creator is done. True, the concept of cyclical existence is central to Hindu and Buddhist worldview, so you'd think a creator would be considered among the most important gods. Still though, Brahma's significance declined in comparison with that of Vishnu and Shiva, perhaps because, according to John Brockington, essentially he is a fusion of a creator deity with the impersonal Brahman propounded in the Upanishads, which see the goal of religious endeavor as some kind of union with the absolute, whereas the popular forms of religion attested to in the epics prefer a more personal and devotional approach. In other words, Brahma doesn't really get involved in the juicy stuff, battles and quests and adultery. So let's turn to Vishnu, the preserver. Stories of Vishnu often involve his consort Shri, also called Lakshmi, a goddess of prosperity and good fortune, which is pretty terrific as far as dowries go. Vishnu protects the world from evil, and he often appears in different forms called avatars. Avatars are the human or animal form of a god on Earth, and they are very, very rad. By the classical period, Vishnu had 10 or so avatars. Matsya, the fish, who we'll talk more.
Okay, I will say this very quick. A summary. This Matsya the fish, Kurma the turtle, Varaha the bear, Narasimha the lion, Vamana the dwarf, Parasurama kind of human lion who kills a person called Arjuna, that is different from the Mahabharata. Rama, the husband of Sita, that appears in the Ramayana. Krishna, the husband of Radha. Krishna appears also in the Mahabharata. Then it's Buddha, and then the last one is Kalki, that is the avatar of the future that will appear in the Apocalypse. So this is Matsya with a fish.
More about when we talk about floods. Kurma, the tortoise, who played a role similar to the tortoise in the Earth Diver myth that we saw. Varaha, the boar, who is a boar and does boar stuff. Narasimha, the man lion, who kills the demon Hiranyakashipu. Vamana, the dwarf, who defeats the demon Bai through trickery. Parashurama, who kills the 100-armed Arjuna with an axe and probably has amazing biceps. Rama and Krishna, who are central to the Mahabharata, one of the great Sanskrit epics. The Buddha, who is the Buddha, from Buddhism. Kalki, who is a future avatar and a millennial figure that will establish a new era. He's not like a millennial though. Kalki isn't on Snapchat. Shiva the Destroyer had his origins in the Vedic era as a storm god who was a wrathful avenger and a herdsman of souls, which definitely sounds trickier than sheep. Shiva is also associated with yoga, asceticism, and erotic love, which sounds contradictory. Or maybe just flexible. This erotic aspect manifests most concretely in Shiva's symbolic form as a linga, which is just, it's self-explanatory if you look at it, and might explain why Shiva has numerous female deities as either wives or consorts, including Sati and Parvati, and sometimes Durga and Kali. Basically,
Yes.
and Kali.
Sati Parvati is like the main one, but there are stories that say that these are like thinking how to say it. Imagine that multiple personality person. So it's like Durga and Kali are like personalities of Parvati, like she can transform into the others. Like there are myths saying that. so well. It's very interesting because, especially Kali, let me show Kali, India. There are very cool pictures of it because it's like a goddess demon. There is a specific, like, you see this picture, for example. I remember in another video seeing a more hardcore picture, if you understand what I mean.
Basically, Shiva got game. One of the best known images of Shiva is his depiction as Nataraja, the lord of the dance. No, definitely not. Yes. According to one scholar, his steps are intended to relieve by enlightenment the suffrage of his devotees. Hence, he balances on the back of a dwarf who symbolizes ignorance. His gestures and the attributes he is holding symbolize aspects of his divinity. The drum on his back right hand symbolizes creation. The tongue of flame in his back left hand symbolizes destruction. The gesture of protection of his front right hand symbolizes protection, and his raised leg symbolizes release. Has Michael Flatley ever balanced on the back of a dwarf? I rest my case. Now, we spent most of the episode discussing 3 key gods of the Trimurti and their amazing dance moves, but Indian pantheons feature goddesses too, who usually have qualities that complement their husband's powers. I mentioned Parvati and Uma and Sati, the wives of Shiva, and Lakshmi, who is married to Vishnu, but other traditions describe the goddess Devi, which translates to goddess, or Mahadevi, the great goddess, who is occasionally associated with the other consorts and sometimes seen as a world creator in her own right. In some traditions, Devi is essentially the same as Brahman. Like many of the deities we discuss, Devi can be many things to many people. We haven't seen too many female warrior goddesses yet, so let's wrap up with a story that features one. Durga, also known as Kali, who is unapproachable to her suitors and invincible in battle. Also, she rides a lion, so clearly no one is cool enough to date her. Thought Bubble, do your thing. One of the main stories of...
This is a story like Durga defeating a demon with...
She cut off its head and he emerged as a man. His trunk pinned his neck with complexity of Indian mythology. Not only does it come from so many sources...
I'm going to continue with other things. I'm thinking with what to continue, like, I go with the beard of Ganesha. The story is like, Parvati had Ganesha by herself. There are different versions of the story, she had it with mud, and it came from her body. Not very important, that part anyway. But she has Ganesha because she wants to have a guard in the door to prevent other people to enter when she's having a bath. So she had Ganesha. That by that time Ganesha was a normal kid with human head. And Shiva was not in the house when Ganesha was born, so they never met before. Parvati set Ganesha to stay in the door and she was going to have a bath. In that moment, Shiva comes and he tries to enter, but Ganesha doesn't let him to enter. They don't know each other, so Ganesha is like, you don't enter because my mother is having a bath. So Shiva gets angry and cuts his head. When Parvati finishes the bath and she's going to see Ganesha where he is and such, she realizes that Ganesha is dead because Shiva has cut his head. Then Shiva learns that it is his son, so he wants to revive him. And to this is like, okay, so the first animal that I see passing by, I will put the head of this animal in Ganesha. And the first animal that he saw was an elephant. So this is why Ganesha has the head of elephant. Okay, an interesting story about the not exactly the creation of the world, but a little related, and there are interesting things in this. The gods and the demons are fighting. I'm going to put this picture here. The demons die, but Shiva revives them. Brahma says that they should make peace with the demons, and then together they let me search this word. One moment. Déjenlo split y o seguramente lo está bien. De vosotros me da igual. Yo siempre os digo, que es un split y a lo mejor, pues oye, por favor, para. No me interesa. Para, por favor. Para. Me da igual, por favor, para. Sorry, I'm back. So I was saying they were fighting with the demons. The demons die, and Shiva says to revive. Then Brahma says to do peace with the demons, and together they shake the ocean to obtain the drink of immortality. And nectar is nectar, okay? The drink of the immortality, using the Mount Meru as a staff. So together they hold the Mount Meru, and they make it to turn for 100 divine years. Some stuff happened, and the poison called Kalakuta was created. Shiva drinks it, and this is why he has the black throat. And there are other versions say that it is blue throat. Danvantari appears with a vessel of the drink of immortality. The demons want it, but the gods stop it. So at the end, the vessel with the drink of immortality was delivered to Vishnu, and Vishnu is its protector. Another story: the creation of death. Death is represented by Mirta or Yama. And let's see if I can find a picture. Yama, India. And this one, the god of death. He rules one of the gods of the dead and supervises the karma to determine the resurrection. And sometimes death disappears or is having holidays. Then Earth is overpopulated, and Brahma creates death, or Shiva starts to destroy. The gods are fearful of death being absent because it makes the human to be immortal, and the gods feel that they are not as exclusive. Another story: Shiva and the sacrifice of Daksha. Shiva, in this myth, Shiva is called Rudra, and he's born from the fury of Brahma, because Brahma can't create. The world is created because the sacrifice of Daksha, and Rudra gets angry because he wanted to create the universe, so he destroyed the universe. But at the end, he restituted it. So it's like the main point of this story is like Shiva, that is called Rudra, gets angry because the universe is created, so he destroys it, but at the end restituted it again. Krishna and Balarama. Balarama is family member of Krishna. Like, remember, Krishna is avatar of Vishnu, and Balarama is his brother. Krishna and Balarama, they used to play in the town when they were kids. Krishna was a kind of leader, and there were some rumors. One that he had eaten mud. Then his mother went to examine his mouth, and in there she saw the whole universe. He realized that he is a god, but Krishna extended his magical illusion in the shape of motherly love. So his mother forgot what she just saw and her fear, and she just took Krishna again as a kid, as her son. It's like I remember reading this story and I really liked it how it was, because it was like Shiva opened his mouth and her mother saw the whole universe in there. She even saw her. She even saw herself in the universe. So this is like, for example, why I really like this picture, because it's like the universe is inside Shiva. Like, you can imagine. Let me see if there is inside Shiva, no, inside Vishnu. Krishna universe mouth. I just wonder if there is a picture like this. So something like this, I suppose. This is the mother checking the mouth. Very interesting, this myth. I like it very much. You see this? This picture is very, very cool. I'm going to save this picture. It's awesome. You see, I suppose this is herself. Very cool picture. There is, as I said before, there is another myth that is like Vishnu is laughing and he opens the mouth for laughing, and then you can see the whole universe inside his mouth. Very cool. Ganesha and Sulabha. Sulabha is a warrior that is devoted to Ganesha. His wife is called Samudra, and she is very virtuous and beautiful. A day, a beggar, a Brahmin beggar called Madhusudana appears. A Brahmin is like a kind of priest, not exactly a priest, but it's like a devotee of, like you think in a monk, something like this. Sulabha mocked him, and he condemned him to transform into a buey. I'm not sure if in English it's like that also, buey, and ox. Samudra condemned the Brahmin to become a donkey, and the beggar also condemned her to become a pariah. Pariah is like this social class that is in the lower state, and it's like the worst of the worst. And so it happened. At the end, the three are in the altar of Ganesha, and they adore Ganesha. So Ganesha sent them to his own special heaven in his flying vehicle. The yogis, I'm not sure if there is a translation, but it's like the monks who meditate, didn't understand this, because these two had a bad karma. So it's like you are devoted to Ganesha and you will go to heaven. Another story, how Maharishi Lomas discovered the existence of God. I wonder if there is a picture about this. Lomas. I have no idea what is this, but okay. India. Okay, I just put this picture, I guess. The great Rishi Lomas is the most ancient sage of the universe. It was through the power of his meditation that he was given a very long life. He went to meditate to the infinite, to the caves of the mountain of Brahma. So I suppose this is the cave. The caves of the mountain of Brahma Parvati. From where he saw a beautiful lake with animals and a beautiful blue lotus in the center. The trees and the I'm not sure how to say this. the trees and the vines had the shape of the gods and goddesses. He went to the western shore and dedicated his penitence to Shiva. He recited the teachings of Shiva and he understood the existence of God. Sometimes he saw Shiva and Parvati in the lake. Rishi Lomas also saw Vishnu, Brahma, and Ganesha in that lake. Another story. This one is long, but also it is also very cool. Mandarava, the princess of Sahor. Let's see if there are pictures. Okay, I just put this as background. Mandarava had faith in the teachings of Buddha, so she didn't want to marry and she dedicated her life to meditation. And she's a princess, she's the daughter of a king. One night she dreamed with Buddha, who was seated over a lotus flower at the light of the rainbow. And he said that the next morning she should go to a green hill close to there to get his teachings. So she went there and she found Padmasambhava, who is born from the lotus. He taught her the teachings of the secret mantra Vajrayana. She invited him to the monastery, and every day the master teaches all of them. And Mandarava was the most the favorite disciple. An evil shepherd spread the false rumor that Mandarava was along random man and not meditating. The king was angry because he didn't understand that his daughter, the princess, rejected many princes, but she just wanted a random man that is not a princess. That is not a prince. So he ordered to arrest the man, burn him alive, and put Mandarava in jail. And so it happened. In the flames of the fire, a lake was formed, the Tsopema, the lake of the lotus, and in there a trunk of lotus was elevated from Padmasambhava. Now the lake is known as Rewalsar. The ministers of the king went to check what happened, and they realized that Padmasambhava was a Vajra master. The king noticed of his mistake and asked Padmasambhava to substitute him as king and spiritual master of Sahor. This way, Padmasambhava was converted in Guru Chimepema Jungne, the immortal master who is born from the lotus. Mandarava was liberated and she continued being the disciple of Padmasambhava, both meditated in the Maratika cave in Nepal, and they understood the practice of the long life. A bit long story, but also I think it's very beautiful. Another story now about the origin of the name of Rewalsar. If you remember, Rewalsar is how this lake is now known. The origin is because Rewal, who is the son of King Rewad from the kingdom of Mandi, he had not many enemies, but there was one that is Jaksa, who caused a lot of problems. He lost his kingdom because this Jaksa, and he became a vagabond who wandered over the world and meditating. Guru Sikh, the Sikh Guru Gobind Singh establishes the Sikh order, who were devout warriors that were going to fight for the Hindu religions against the Islamic. Rewal asked him for help, and Gobind Singh killed Jaksa. He said Rewal that he should not meditate for egoistic reasons, but thinking in God, without other personal motivations. This way, Rewal lost his fears, and the Rewalsar Lake is a special place of pilgrimage for purifying yourself from the sins. Okay, now some creational myths. Before you have seen that this picture, like the cosmic egg, this appears in many different versions that the universe arises from the cosmic egg. Then there is also a flute. In this case, it is Manu. Let's see if there is this picture. This picture is nice. So it's like Manu is, I think in this story just the same as Noé from the Bible. So it's like Manu is the first human, and the gods. This fish is Matsya, that is the first avatar of Vishnu. So the story was something like Matsya was a very small fish, and Manu finds it. It's like the Matsya says, "Put me in water." So Manu puts him in a vessel with water, but then Matsya grows in size, and then he says, "Put me in some place bigger." So he's put in a barrel of water, something like that. But he keeps growing, and at the end, Manu has to put him in the ocean. So Matsya says the world is going to be destroyed by a flood, so you have to build a ship, and you will survive. So this is the myth. Like Manu is like Noé, so he built a ship, and Matsya, the first avatar of Vishnu, is like the savior. Another story. This one is very cool. I really like this one. It's about Brahman and the gods. Remember, Brahman is the impersonal deity, the soul of the universe. Brahman, just not this Brahman. Why is this? Brahman, India. I'm not sure what is going to appear. This is not. This is Brahma. So I don't know what to put. Just this picture, I suppose, because it's how it appears. Brahman, the impersonal deity of Hindus. I just put this at background. Brahman, the supreme spirit of got victory for the gods, but the gods say that this victory was by them. So Brahman appears, but the gods didn't recognize him. They felt admiration for Brahman. First, Agni, the god of fire, asked him, "Who are you?" And Brahman asked for his power, and he said, "I'm the god of fire, so I can burn." Then Brahman said, "Then burn this. Let's see how it is called. This straw. Burn this straw." Agni tried, but he couldn't. So he returned with the other gods, and he said, "I couldn't see who he is." Then the god Vayu, who is the god of the air, went to Brahman, and a similar situation appeared. Vayu asked, "Who are you?" And Brahman said, "What is your power?" Vayu said, "I'm the god of the air." So Brahman says, "Then move this straw with your air." But Vayu couldn't do this. So Vayu returned again to the gods, and he said, "I couldn't discover who he is." Next, Indra, who is the god of rain, went to search for Brahman, but he couldn't find him. he saw the god, this wise goddess called Uma, and Indra asked her, "Who is this being?" And Uma answered, "He is Brahman, the supreme spirits, and you should be happy." I'm not very sure how to say this. You should enjoy on rejoice and rejoice. That was the word I was thinking. Rejoice with him. So all the gods came by Brahman and they recognized him. Very interesting story. Now more things. There is a term for hell that is called Naraka. Naraka, India. It's like hell. Sanskrit word corresponding to the underworld. Another story. Now talking about Krishna and the gopis. Love relation between Krishna and the gopis. And the favorite gopi for Krishna was Radha. So it was like Krishna was playing a flute and the gopis heard this flute and the gopis went to search who is playing the flute and then they discovered that it's Krishna and they fell in love with him. So it was like, it reminds me to Apollo and the Muses, if you see the comparison. And at one point, Vishnu, who is more in love with Radha, they both kind of escape and they go hidden away from the other gopis, and then they have love. This is one of the stories. Another one. Brahma and Sati. Remember, Sati is one of the wives of Shiva. And Brahma is the god of the creator god with the four heads. Brahma tries to flirt with Sati, who is the wife of Shiva. So Shiva gets angry and goes to kill Brahma. But Vishnu tries to calm him. Shiva forgives Brahma, but Brahma has to apologize. Another one is Nandi and Shiva. Nandi will also appear later in art. Nandi is a bull, and he is the mount of Shiva, and also the bodyguard that stays in the house of Shiva and Parvati. Like, I suppose he's the bodyguard before Ganesha. Nandi and Shiva. So here you see Shiva, the bull called Nandi. Kamadeva versus Shiva. Kamadeva is the god of love, and he tried to make Shiva to fall in love with Parvati. Shiva gets angry and he burns him by seeing him with his third eye, killing him. The world was going to be like cold or like not very sure how to say that, like stuck or stopped, and this is the reason why Shiva resurrected him. I wonder if there is going to be any picture. Kamadeva. Yes, I did something like this. This picture is much better. You see here Shiva, who is burning Kamadeva with his third eye. Shiva Nataraja, who is how to say this in English? Consort, okay. Shiva Nataraja consorting Parvati. Shiva Nataraja, remember, is the dancing Shiva. Shiva Nataraja is this Shiva, the Lord of Dance. Parvati. This is, for example, kind of representation. Now the Shiva Linga. Shiva Linga is the dick of Shiva. Okay, so this is a very interesting story because it's like Shiva has his giant lingam and Parvati in the shape of vagina holds his linga. Another story, Shiva eats a man called Sukracharya, and later he has to come out by the linga. More stories about Shiva. Kartikeya is the son of Shiva and Parvati, and he is the god of war. He is born from an aborted fetus, and he rides a peacock. Let's see if there is a picture. Kartikeya. Here you see Kartikeya is riding the peacock. Very interesting. Kaushik and his not sure how his Casta wife. It's like the wife who don't want to have sex. Kaushik says to his wife that she is old and ugly and she doesn't satisfy him sexually. So he says her to take him to the house of a prostitute. And now the avatars. Okay, now I'm going to talk about the two most important stories in Indian mythology, that are the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. I do a summary of the Ramayana, then I'm going to put some fragments. No. Let me see. Not going to put this like whole, just going to use it for. So this is Rama. Ravana must be defeated because he he mocked the god because he asked invulnerability. He will only be defeated by a human. So Vishnu reincarnates into Rama, the son of Dasaratha, the king of Ayodhya, who has three wives that are Kausalya, Keikeyi, and Sumitra. The sons are Rama, who is son of Dasaratha and Kausalya, then Bharata, who is the son of Dasaratha and Keikeyi, and the twins called Laksamana and Satrughna, who are the sons of Dasaratha and Sumitra. Rama marries with Princess Sita after a test with a bow. Everyone loved Rama, and Dasaratha wants him to be his heir, but Keikeyi doesn't want, so she makes that the king must not sure how to say that. Sorry. The king must swear. Okay, sorry. The king must swear that Bharata will be the king and Rama will be exiled to the forest. This is like an injustice, but Rama accepts the oath of his father, and he leaves to the forest. But Sita goes with him, and also his brother Lakshmana. They are in the forest, and well, this is the first part, so I'm going to put some fragments. This is Rama.
सुखी रहो राजा दशरथ, तुम्हारे इस निर्णय ने घंटा सोने न मैं इसे मार कर.
This is Sita. This is the test of the bow.
अगले राजकुमार जगधरा सवारा प्रदेश के
Tests with the bow appear very often in myths. This is like a very special bow. If I remember correctly, this is the bow of Siva. So he breaks the bow. Then he and Sita marry.
से भरा हुआ था। राम, सदा लोगों की भलाई तुम
This is the king who wants Rama to be the heir.
क्यों भेजा
And this
हुआ
is this woman is like it's trying to combine Keikeyi, who is this, to make the king to swear that Bharata is going to be the king and Rama must be exiled to the forest.
वो भी ऐसे शुभ समय पर क्यों क्यों लेकिन उन्होंने ऐसा क्यों किया कौशल्या बड़ी चतुर है शायद महाराज को उसी ने सलाह दी होगी तुम तो बहुत चहेती रानी हो ना महाराज की यही कौशल्या की जलन है तुमसे जलती है वो तुम्हारे यौवन और सुंदरता से पर मैं क्या करूं सब कुछ छोड़ दो तुम सच्ची मित्र और चतुर मंत्रा पर कुछ वर्ष पहले
So it is like in the past I saved you, like Keikeyi is talking with the king and she say in the past I saved you and you saved me to that you will give me two things, but in that moment I didn't ask for anything, so it is now when I'm going to ask you, and I asked you that you make Bharata the king and Rama must be exiled to the forest. So the king doesn't want to do this, but if he doesn't do this, then he will be like liar and he's not fulfilling his promise, so the king has to do it.
जब आप युद्ध में घायल हो गए थे
उन दो वचन था राम
तो वो ही दो वरदान दीजिए
उन दो वचनों में पहला वचन था कैकेयी के पुत्र भरत राजा बने और दूसरा वचन था
Tiene que irse. Oh, sorry, my Spanish just happened. He has to go to the forest for 14 years.
राम को 14 बरस का वनवास
भैया आपको सुनाई नहीं दिया लोगों
And I think this is Lakshmana, his brother, who is saying, what?
का विलाप लक्ष्मण यही लिखा है मेरे भाग्य में पर क्या हम यही सोचकर हाथ पे हाथ रखकर चुप बैठे रहे और कुछ न करें ये तलवार क्या ये केवल दिखावे के लिए एक आभूषण है भाई तुम भाग हो मेरे जीवन का एक हिस्सा हो मेरी आत्मा का कृपया मुझे समझने का प्रयत्न करो
मेरे स्वामी आपके साथ मैं भी चलूंगी
पर सीता तुम
जैसे पति का धर्म है स्त्री का भी वही है जो भाग्य आपका है वो मेरा भी है
ये सच है एक आत्मा है तो उसका भाग्य भी एक ही होगा तो भैया मैं भी आप दोनों के साथ चलूंगा
You see, both Sita and Lakshmana are going with Rama to the forest.
धन्यवाद
Everyone loves Rama, and now you will see that they are saying, Rama, don't go, stay and be the king, but he goes anyway. And in this moment, Bharata, who is the brother who now will be king, he's not here, and later you will see what is his reaction.
और ना ही अधिकार
You see, he's
और ना
going
ही
to leave.
अधिकार
हाथी घोड़े
आप यदि मुझे प्यार करते हैं तो मेरे भाई भरत को भी प्यार कीजिए वो आपके प्यार के और आपके राजा बनने के योग्य है सहयोग दीजिए उन्हें मैं विनती करता हूँ, सहयोग दीजिए मेरे दुखी पिताश्री को। मेरे प्यारे अयोध्या वासियों, यही मेरी प्रार्थना है आपसे।
सांसारिक पीड़ाओं और सारे
अच्छा ये बात।
हाँ, पर हमारे
This is the brother Barata. I continue. So what happens when he arrives? Barata will talk with Kekeji to see if it is true, because at this point also the king has died. So he's asking, and he discovered that Rama has been exiled to the forest, and Bharata gets angry because for him, he loves Rama, and he's okay with Rama being the king. So he gets angry and he goes to the forest to find Rama. But Rama says, "This is the oath of my father, and I have to fulfill it. So there is no other way." So Rama gets his sandals and he puts Rama's sandals in the throne, and he says, like, "I will rule instead you, but because you are not in there, but your sandals will stay in the throne, guarding it for you. And when you return, you will be the king." Okay. This is Bharata.
माँ, ये सब क्या है? ये कैसे हुआ?
बेटे भरत, बहुत अच्छा हुआ आ गए तुम।
बताओ माँ, जो हुआ सच है वो? पिताजी का स्वर्गवास हो गया? हे भगवान, यदि सच है ये बात।
हाँ, पर हमारे लिए ढेर सारी खुशियाँ छोड़ गए बेटे।
कौन सी खुशियाँ? भ्रष्ट औरत, तुमने पेड़ को काटकर पत्तों को सींचा है। मुझे बताओ, किस नीच ने भड़काया है तुमको?
You see, he's getting angry because the plot that has happened, that he's going to be a king and Rama is exiled in the forest.
यही है वो कुबड़ी जिसने हमारी माँ के हृदय में विनाश और स्वार्थ के बीज बोए थे।
मुझे क्षमा कर दो। मैंने तो केवल तुम्हारी कैकी और भरत की भलाई सोची थी।
चुप हो जा, नहीं तो मैं इस तलवार से तेरी गर्दन उड़ा दूंगा। रहने दो भैया, इसके खून से हमारे वंश की तलवार अपवित्र ना करो। तुम जैसी उल्टा मेरी माँ नहीं हो सकती, सारी दुनिया को यह मालूम होना चाहिए।
मुझे क्षमा कर दो बेटे, क्षमा कर दो दुखिया माँ को। भरत, कृपया क्षमा कर दो अपनी माँ को। क्षमा कर दो बेटे।
What is happening now that Bharata is going to the forest to ask Rama to return back.
तुमने क्या कहा मेरे भाई? हमारे पिताश्री नहीं रहे? हाँ भैया, स्वर्ग को सुधार गए पिताश्री। पिताश्री, क्षमा कर दीजिए अभागे राम को, क्षमा कर दीजिए अपने बेटे को पिताश्री। भैया, मेरी विनती सुनिए, मुक्त कर दीजिए मुझे मेरी माँ के अपराध से। अभी चलिए अयोध्या और आकर संभालिए राजपाट को जो केवल आपका।
You see, he's saying, "Return back and you will be the king. I don't want you to stay here."
भरत, हमारी पूज्य माँ ने क्या किया अभी वो प्रश्न नहीं है। मत भूलो, महान सम्राट राजा दशरथ ने यह आज्ञा दी है हम दोनों को कि तुम राज्य को संभालो और मैं पूरे 14 वर्षों तक वन में ही रहूं। इसलिए हमारा धर्म है कि पिता की आज्ञा का पालन करें, चाहे वो हमें पसंद हो या ना हो। आपकी आज्ञा मिल गई, अब चिंता नहीं मुझे। पर मैंने एक निश्चय किया है, ये राज्य मैं अपने लिए कभी स्वीकार नहीं करूंगा। ये आपका है।
He gets his sandals.
कृपया आप मुझे ये आशीर्वाद दीजिए कि मैं अपना कर्तव्य धैर्य और साहस से निभा सकूं। अब मैं राज्य संभालूंगा अगले 14 वर्षों तक, परंतु आपके लौटने तक ही। भरत, मेरे भाई, भैया।
So he will put the sandals in the throne So it's like Rama is the real king. That happens next. So they are in the forest, and then they have some problems with Rakshas. Rakshas are a kind of demons. The king of the Rakshas is Ravana, who is this one who asked immortality to the gods. He must be defeated. He is the king of Lanka, and Lanka is Sri Lanka, like the island in the south of India, Sri Lanka. So he's the king of Lanka. So there are some problems with the Rakshas, because there is a female Rakshasa who is called Surpanaka, a Rakshasa princess who tries to flirt with Rama, but he doesn't accept her because he's with Sita and they love themselves. So there is a trick. Also because this princess says to Ravana that Sita is very beautiful, so Ravana wants to marry with Sita. So what happens now? There is one of these Rakshas who transform into a deer, a golden, very beautiful deer, and they are going to trick them. So the deer appears and Sita says, Ram, I want that you catch this deer so he can be our pet, or if you kill it, then the skin of this deer will be like thing to adorn the house, like decoration for our home. So Rama goes to hunt the deer, and when he hunts it, this deer transforms into the Raksa. So but then this Raksa does the trick. He screams with the voice of Rama asking for help. So when Sita and Lakshmana, who is with Sita for protecting her, they hear this scream. Sita says, Rama is in danger, I can hear him, go and help him. But Lakshmana says, I don't think this is true, maybe this is a trick because Rama is going to be okay and such. But Sita says, what, you don't trust me, you want him to die so you can marry with me instead. So Lakshmana feels offended by this, and he goes to see if Rama is fine. Then Sita is alone, and in this moment is when Ravana, transformed into a beggar, goes to meet Sita. He tricks her and kidnaps her. When they return, they notice that Sita is not in there. They discover that it has been Ravana who has kidnapped her, but they don't know exactly where he lives. Okay, I stop the story now and show the scene. This is Ravana, and this is the princess who wants to marry with Rama.
राम डरपोक है, उसे तो देश के बाहर कर दिया, वो भी उसी के लोगों ने।
ये सही है राजन।
हाँ, तुमने ठीक ही सोचा। मुझे
So this is the princess who has transformed in a beautiful girl, and she's like, so Rama rejects her and says, but my brother Lakshmana is single, so you could try with him. But this Rakshasa only wants to be with Rama, and then she sees Sita, and then
पर नहीं चलना, मुझे आकाश में उड़ना है।
चलो चलो, मिलवाता हूँ तुम दोनों को। ये रही मेरी पत्नी सीता।
ये बंदी औरत तुम्हारी पत्नी है, मैं इसे मार डालूंगी इसे, मार डालूंगी, मार डालूंगी, मार डालूंगी।
And then this is when she returns and tells Ravana that Sita is very beautiful, and then Ravana is like, she's beautiful, so I want to marry with her, why not?
स्वर्ग की अप्सरा है जिसे तुम्हारे लिए पैदा किया है मेरे भाई। वो बिल्कुल योग्य नहीं राम के। ओह, सीता के योग्य पुरुष कोई और है, और वो तुम हो।
This is when they are going to do the trick.
ये पकड़ूंगा।
यही हमारी चाल थी।
You see this is going to become into a very beautiful day.
ओ, ये रूप तो अति उत्तम है। इस छल को नहीं समझ पाएगा राम। ओ, सुंदर, अति सुंदर।
ये तो अति सुंदर है। ये सच्चा है ना? कोई सपना तो नहीं है? स्वामी, मेरे लिए इस हिरन को नहीं पकड़ेंगे? इतना सुंदर हिरन तो मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा।
तुम्हारे लिए पकड़ूंगा। लक्ष्मण, सीता का ध्यान रखना।
You see, Rama goes, but Lakshmana stays with Sita. And then, what happens? You see, one moment. This is like...
तुम मुझे मारकर बड़े संतुष्ट हो गए होगे, पर तुम अपनी सुंदर सी पत्नी के बारे में भी सोचो।
पत्नी? लक्ष्मण, सीता, मेरी सहायता करो।
So the Rakshasa tricks them.
लक्ष्मण, तुम्हें सुनाई दी ना दर्द भरी चीख? स्वामी संकट में है, सहायता चाहिए उन्हें तुम्हारी।
कुछ नहीं होगा उनको, आप चिंतित ना हो।
तुम चाहते हो मेरे स्वामी लौट के ना आए?
यही आज्ञा है, तो फिर मैं वहां जाता हूँ।
So Ravana transforms into a kind of feather. He goes.
सत्ता, तुम इसे ला।
Luckily, just kidnaps him. You see? This beard is who discovers that Ravana has taken her. Then Ravana hurts him to death, and he falls. But then he lives enough to tell Rama and Lakshmana that Ravana has taken Sita.
तुम्हारा कोई संबंध नहीं। कर रहूंगा।
And they are here again. So this is when the beard tells them.
जटायु।
Then they start searching for Sita.
इसमें कोई
Okay, this part now. So they are searching for Sita, and they meet with the monkeys. They meet with let me see the name to say correct. Sugriva, who is the king of the monkeys, and Hanuman, who is the kind of bodyguard of Sugriva. So they say, we can help each other. My brother Bali, who is just another monkey, has stolen my throne in the kingdom of Kiskinda. So help us to defeat him, and we will help you and put our army of monkeys to help you to discover where is Sita and to save her. So this is Hanuman.
संदेह नहीं कि आज मेरे सौभाग्य ने ही मुझको प्रभु राम से मिला दिया। मेरा नाम हनुमान है और मैं मंत्री हूँ राजा सुग्रीव का।
Minister of King Sugriva.
लक्ष्मण, दुविधा में पड़े थे हम कि कहाँ ढूंढे सुग्रीव को, लेकिन अचानक सुग्रीव का ही मंत्री स्वागत कर रहा है। निश्चय ही ये अच्छा लक्षण है हमारे लिए। वो चाहे
And
कहीं
they
भी हो।
meet, and then it's like the help us to recover the kingdom.
भगवान बाली से युद्ध।
So they do it,
बूढ़ा होने की थे।
and then it is like continues. So all the monkeys travel over the land to see where is Sita. So they get the information that it is in Lanka, but they don't know how to cross it because it's very far away. So Hanuman has some kind of superpower, like he can change the size and he can fly. So he goes to to Lanka and he discovers that Sita is in there.
सूरज को सोने का फल सब यही
So you see he can fly, he can also change the size.
राजन कैसे इतने लट्टू हो गए हैं
Here
तुम्हारे
is
ऊपर
Tito.
ऐसे
Hanuman arrives and they meet. Hanuman says that Rama is searching for you. Give me some proof to take to Ramat, so he will trust me, and I give you also something from Rama. So here.
माता मैं आपको ले जाने आया हूँ श्री राम
So he's saying, come with me, I will save you. But Sita says, but there are other people trapped here, so better save us all.
के पास
मैं कैसे जाऊं तुम्हारे साथ? लंका में बहुत से नर नारियों को बलपूर्वक कारागार में बंदी बना के रखा हुआ है। केवल मेरा ही उद्धार बहुत अनुचित होगा।
समझ गया।
So, but before leaving, he's like, I'm going to cause some trouble here, so he gets captured on purpose.
इससे तुम्हारा नाश
So he is captured on purpose. This is Ravana, and then Ravana is like, I'm going to kill you or something. But what they do is to burn his tail, and he's like, they have burned my tail, so I'm going to burn the whole city.
सारी राक्षस जाति का इस इससे तुम्हारा ना मुंह काला कर दे पर उसे मारना
बुराई ही क्या है मारने में इस बड़बड़िए वानर को?
आपने इसे मार दिया तो फिर हम अपने शत्रु को यहाँ तक कैसे ला पाएंगे?
तो ठीक है, पहले इसकी पूंछ को आग लगा दो और जाने दो इसको।
So he sets fire to his tail.
चल गया, मेरी पूंछ चल गई, बचाओ, चलाओ, चलाओ, मेरी पूंछ चल गई, बुझाओ इसे, चल गया, अरे बुझाओ।
And then he burns the city.
वहां से लेकर आता
and tell them. And then there is the problem of how to go to Lanka. So they ask to the god of the waters, and the god says, you can build a bridge with stones. So this is what they do. So they cross, and they send a messenger asking Ravana to free the slaves, but Ravana says no. And war starts. These monkeys are fighting against the soldiers of Ravana. The war is a bit long. They send some powerful brothers of Ravana. They send also a giant called Kumbhakarna. This is Kumbhakarna.
ठीक है इंद्रजीत बेटे।
Don't stop this Indragas who tricks them like killing a fake Sita.
सीता
This is a fake Sita. So he also hurt Lakshmana and they had to heal him, but the healing plants are not strong enough. But there are some better plants in the top of the Himalaya mountain, and Hanuman goes to there and brings the whole mountain here. Like this Hanuman finds the mountain, and what he does is carry the whole mountain, because Hanuman can do whatever he wants.
वो पूरा पर्वत उठाए हुए हैं।
He's very big.
ऊँटियों के साथ वो पूरा पर्वत ही उठाना है। अच्छा तुम
This is the problem. They fight. Anyway, just going to the end now. So at the end, Rama and Ravana are fighting. This is very interesting what's going to happen now because Ravana is a demon. So. He could hit hell, but see what is going to happen now.
अब इसकी मृत्यु हो गई। हाँ?
So heads keep growing, and at the end he's like this. So how is he defeated now? Remember this, the chakra disc that Vishnu has?
ये मुझसे भी बड़ी शक्ति कौन सी है? मैं तुम्हारा सर्वनाश कर दूंगा। हार मान लो राम, हार मान लो।
Thanks to this. So at the end they are free and rescued. This is the end. She's rescued, and there is something that doesn't appear in this movie, so I tell. So when Rama rescues Sita, he says, "I cannot be again with you because you have stayed for very long in the home of another man. So I don't trust that you have been faithful to me." So Sita says, "To prove that I have been faithful, I'm going to throw myself into a fire." And so she does this, but she survives, like the flames don't burn her. And this is how the purity of Sita is proved. And then Rama says, "Okay, you have proved your purity, so now I can be with you." Right. This is the story of the Ramayana. And now the other big story. Let's see how long. What, 2 hours and I'm still talking about mythology. This is going to be very long. I miss talking about the Mahabharata and the Buddhism. So Mahabharata, it is a very long story. So let's see how I summarize this one. I'm going to write in a blog, in a notepad for the characters. So the main characters of this are Krishna, who is the avatar of Vishnu, and also related with Krishna also appear Balarama, who is his brother, and Subhadra, who is his sister. Subhadra will marry with one of the main characters, but let's go step by step. Then the Mahabharata could be summarized as the fights between cousins, two families of cousins. One are the Pandavas, and and the other is the Kauravas. So the Pandavas are Yudhishthira, Bhima. I'm going to do this a bit smaller. Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, the other, it was Nakula, if I remember well. Nakula and Sahadeva. And then the Kauravas are 100 brothers, and the leader is called Duryodhana. Then there is another character that is called Karna or Radeja. I'm going to write the names of the main characters before. Then there is the Bhishma and Drona, who Bhishma is the grandfather and Drona is the teacher. Another important character is Sakuni, who is the uncle of the Kauravas. And then there is Dhritarashtra and Gandhari. And then there is Pandu and Kunti. Okay, this is enough. In the faraway past, some stuff happening. Bhishma was going to be the heir of the throne of Hastinapura. But for some things that happen, it is going to be Dhritarashtra. But he was born blind, so instead it is going to be Pandu. Dhritarashtra is the ancestor, let's call it like that, of the Kauravas, and Pandu the ancestor of the Pandavas. Dhritarashtra is born blind, and Gandhari is his wife. So Gandhari put a bandage in the eyes, used to be the same as Dhritarashtra. And Pandu is married with Kunti and Madri, if I remember correctly. Well, and Madri. But Pandu goes to hunt and kills a couple of deers who are having sex. So the deers curse Pandu and they say, for killing us, now you are not going to have pleasure with a woman. This means that if Pandu tries to have sex with a woman, he will die. So Pandu wants kids, but he cannot have the kids himself. So they ask gods to have the kids. So Kunti will have Yudhishthira, Bhima, and Arjuna with gods. It was I don't remember well, but Arjuna is the son of Kunti and the god Indra. And before this, Kunti had this Karna or Radeya. She had this son with the god Surya. But for some reason, Kunti put Karna in the river Ganges, and the river took him to a family of fishermen or something. So he was born not as a king, and he didn't know his true origin. With Madri had Nakula and Sahadeva, also with the help of gods. Pandu surrenders to desire, and she wants to have sex with one of the wives, and he dies. So Dhritarashtra is the king. Remember, Dhritarashtra is the father of the Kauravas, 100 brothers, and Duryodhana. Duryodhana is the oldest of them. But Yudhishthira is older than Duryodhana, so Yudhishthira is the who should be the king, but Duryodhana doesn't want. Over all the story, Duryodhana is like, I want to be the king, the Pauravas won't rule, and all the kingdom is mine, and everyone is saying Duryodhana, you cannot defeat the Pandavas are invincible, they have the help of the gods, but Duryodhana is like, I don't care, I'm going to rule the kingdom, and the Pandavas are not going to do anything to stop me. So what happens? Duryodhana is all the time trying to kill Bhima, but he can't do it. And before continuing, Bhima, so I said Bhima the grandfather, and Drona is the teacher who is like teaching teaching to use the bow, to be warrior and such. And teacher is he's the teacher of like all of them. So Duryodhana is trying to kill the Pandavas. At one point, Duryodhana invites them to a house who is very easily burned, and the house burns, but the Pandavas are warned and they can escape. They stay in lost, so Duryodhana is thinking that they are dead. Then they meet the king of our kingdom, I don't remember, but then there is another character that is Draupadi, who is the princess of that kingdom, and there is a test similar with a bow, and Arjuna wins and Draupadi becomes his wife. But then they go to meet their mother, who is Kunti, and Kunti says, whatever you have won, you share among all of us, all of you, without seeing that it was a woman. And then the brothers say, okay, as you say. So Draupadi becomes the wife of all the Pandavas brothers. They return back to the kingdom and ask Duryodhana, you can be the king, but we want half of the kingdom. So Dhritarashtra thinks that it is fair, so they give a kingdom that is like a desert and very terrible, but the Pandavas make it glorious, and they make the capital city to be called Indraprastha. Duryodhana goes to Indraprastha, and he admires the beauty of the capital of the Pandavas, and he's jealous. He wants to destroy the capital, and he wants all the kingdom for himself. So Shakuni, who is the uncle of the Kauravas, he says, there is a way for you to earn this. We can challenge them to a game of dice, like gambling, because Shakuni is like a trickster. So this is what happens. They invite the brothers to this dice game, and Shakuni wins all the time, and Yudhishthira is betting his riches, his kingdom, even his brothers, even himself, and at the end even Draupadi. So Draupadi is humiliated by them, by the Kauravas. At the end, what happens is that they get exiled to the forest for 12 years, plus 1 year where they have to spend somewhere in incognito, like they should not be discovered. And if they are discovered, then they have to spend another 12 years in the forest. So this is what happens. They have some adventures in the forest, and in the 13th year, they are in the kingdom of Virata, and they are disguised. The Kauravas discover that they might be in that kingdom, so they try to seek the kingdom, but the time passed just in time for the 13th year to be over, so they can discover themselves. So Arjuna fights against the Kauravas lose, and they have to retire. So after the period of exile ends, the Pandavas go again to Hastinapura to ask for Duryodhana to have half of the kingdom, but Duryodhana again is saying, no, the kingdom is mine, and if you want it, then there is going to be war. So this is what happens. And Krishna, who is one of the reincarnation of Vishnu, helps the Pandavas. There is a war, that is the war of Kurukshetra, and in there Arjuna doesn't want to fight against the Kauravas and the allies, because Bhishma and Drona are also in there, and they are like family, they are dear to them, and he doesn't want to kill them. But Krishna says, don't worry, you must do whatever you have to do, and it is fine if you kill them, because you are just killing the body, not the soul, so don't worry. At the end, Arjuna is like, okay, so it's fine. So there is war. Bhishma and Drona are the ones who caused who are like the commanders, and thanks to them, the Kauravas are winning at the time, but at the end they are killed. Karna or Radha has a very strong hate for the Pandavas, but both Kunti and Krishna make him realize that he is in fact the brother of the Pandavas. But Karna is very thankful with Duryodhana, because Duryodhana was his friend for all the years. So he's like, I don't want to kill the Pandavas, they are my brother and I love them, but I must serve Duryodhana because he's my friend. So what happens is that Arjuna and Karna have a fight, and Karna is distracted by the wheel of his cart, and Arjuna kills him. And at the end of the war, Duryodhana loses, he's killed, and the Pandavas recover the kingdom. They learn that Karna was their brother. They feel sad, but it's what happened. And obviously Sakuni also dies in the battle. And for concluding this story, when Gandhari realized that all the Kauravas are dead, remember Gandhari is the mother of the Kauravas, she curses Krishna to die. And then Krishna says, okay, it's fine, I will die. So many years later, Krishna and Balarama die. More years later, the Pandavas are retiring to the Himalaya mountain. Climbing the Himalaya mountain, all of them die, including Draupadi, and Yudhishthira is in the top of the mountain with a dog. And he's like going to heaven. The god, if I remember well, it was Indra. He says, you can go to heaven. And then Yudhishthira says, it's fine, I can go with you, but I want this dog to come with me. But the god says, this dog can't come. But Yudhishthira says, if the dog don't come, then I don't come also. But it was just a test to prove that Yudhishthira is like honest and good person and such. So he goes with the god, he goes to heaven, and in heaven Duryodhana is in there, and then he discovers that his brothers, the Pandavas, are in hell. So he decides to stay in hell, but it was another test, because in reality, some mess with the afterlife, but it was another test. So Yudhishthira again proved that he is honest. So at the end, he reunites with his brothers in heaven. This is in general the story of the Mahabharata, and I want to show some scenes. This is a very nice movie.
Muy bien.
Saludos.
The audio is in Spanish, but it doesn't matter much. I'm just going to show the main scene, so you have a visual reference.
Que Dios te... Suficiente.
This is Drona, who is teaching them to shoot with a bow.
Nakul.
This is Drona.
Soy Sadeb.
No me importa quién eres. ¿Qué ves?
Todo. Yo también.
¿Y tú qué ves? Arjun.
Yo veo un ojo.
¿Qué más?
Nada más.
¿Es que acaso no ves lo que están viendo tus hermanos? El ave, los árboles, las ramas, la fruta. ¿Estás ciego?
Todo lo que veo es el ojo del ave, Acharya Drona.
He's saying, all I see is the eye of the bird.
Bien. Dispara entonces.
¡Nos vemos! ¡Que viva el rey Dritar!
Escucha, Duryodhana.
So this is Sakuni and this is Duryodhana.
Podemos ver muchos obstáculos en el camino hacia el trono. ¿De qué hablas, tío? Dime algo. ¿Por qué sigue vivo? Bim. ¿Volvió a tener suerte?
He's saying why Bhima is still alive, because remember I explained that Duryodhana is all the time trying to kill him.
Tú no te esforzaste tanto. ¿Estás dudando de mí? Escucha, Acharya Drona duda de ti. Yo confío en ti. Dime qué piensas.
Conozcas a mis amigos. Conozcas a...
¡Karna! ¡Ay! ¡Ten cuidado!
So this is Karna, who is like challenging Arjuna to a duel, but because Arjuna is a prince and this is supposedly of lower social class, then they can have the duel. Because remember that even if Karna is brother of the Pandavas at this point, everyone, even Karna himself, thinks that he is born from random people, so he's nothing. But he's friend with Duryodhana. Duryodhana thinks that he is worthy to be a king.
Con lo que dices. ¿Por qué no te metes con alguien de tu tamaño?
¡Ya basta, Bim!
Karna? The other man who is protecting Arjuna is Bhima.
Da un paso adelante.
Is Karna.
Deja tu arma, Arjuna.
Karna says that he's not going to fight, and so the duel doesn't happen.
Pero solo un trono.
This is Bhisma, the grand.
Por lo tanto, la guerra es inevitable.
¡Mamá!
De un maestro, pero en cambio pelearás como un verdadero. Te bendiga.
This is the house when they burn the house with the Pandavas inside, but they get saved.
Oigan, a mí.
This is the test to marry with Draupadi. This is Draupadi. Test is like killing the kids like this. So,
siguen vivos.
Una
¡Sala ahora!
Entero. Está en la agonía
This is
de la legalidad.
¿Quién?
Okay, so it's like the return, and this is the part of the dice game.
Pero yo voy a elegir los dados.
Ajá. Por supuesto. El tío Shakuni va a jugar de mi lado. Espero que eso no te importe. Después de todo, somos familia, ¿no? ¿Debo explicar las reglas del juego?
Las conozco. Puedes retirarte del juego solo después de 20 movidas. Comencemos. Esta es mi apuesta.
¿Ah, sí? Si apuestas eso...
This is very important scene, and I think this is one of the scenes that I most remember. It's fantastic.
Yo apuesto todas mis joyas por esta partida. ¡Sí, ganamos!
So it's like every time Sakuni throws the dice, or however it is said, sorry, he always wins. So Yudhishthira is all the time betting things. He will bet his kingdom, his brothers, himself, and Draupadi.
Apuesto todo el oro del tesoro real.
Yo también. ¡Ganamos!
Apuesto todos mis carruajes.
Muy bien. ¡Eso es!
Otra vez.
¡Ganamos!
Mis elefantes.
¡Ganamos!
Apuesto mi ejército.
¡Sí! ¡Ganamos!
Mis soldados.
¡Y ganamos!
Yo
Sí.
apuesto. Yo quiero apostar mi reino.
Yudhishthir.
He just say, I bet my kingdom.
Piensa. Podrías perder todo lo que tienes. Debes saber que lo haces por tu propia voluntad y aún puedes retirarte.
¿No es cierto, tío?
Claro, Duryodhan. Hoy es su primer día como rey. Es lo menos que podemos hacer.
Yo voy a apostar todo mi reino en esta partida de dados.
Como usted diga, majestad. Tío Shakuni, arroja los dados. ¡Silencio! Nadie puede cuestionar las reglas del juego. Y el juego aún no ha terminado. Dígame, Su Alteza. No tiene reino ni tierras.
Like, tell me, my majesty, you don't have kingdom, you don't have lands. What are you going to bet now?
Ni riquezas, ni posesiones. ¿Qué va a apostar ahora?
Yo apuesto a mi hermano.
I bet my brother.
Arjun permaneció callado. Gradualmente, Yudhishthir perdió a todos sus hermanos. Bhim, Nakul, Sadev. Y finalmente, Yudhishthir mismo cayó preso de la conspiración de Shakuni.
And finally, Yudhishthir himself lost. He bet himself.
Arjun permaneció callado. Y siguió callado hasta que cayó el último dado.
And at this point, Yudhishthira bet Draupadi. And this is the moment when she is humiliated.
¡Ayuda! ¡Sálvame! ¡Arjun, sálvame! ¡Arjun! ¡Arjun! ¡Ayúdame! ¡Arjun, sálvame! ¡Arjun! ¡Sálvame! ¡Arjun! ¡Sálvame! ¡Arjun!
Draupadi fue arrestada enfrente de la corte. Fue humillada en público. Pero Arjun.
So at the end, they are exiled to the forest.
Entonces.
Dhritarashtra vio que la situación se había descontrolado.
So now the king, Dhritarashtra, who is the blind king, says, this situation has gone too far. I'm going to restore everything to them. So it's like all the things that bet are cancelled, but are returned to Yudhishthira and they are free. But the last thing that happened is that they must be exiled to the forest for 12 years, and the 13th year they must be in incognito, and this is what must happen.
Ordenó que la última jugada se hiciera otra vez. Si los Pandavas...
So they do a last thing. If the Pandavas win,
perdían esta vez, deberían irse al exilio.
so if they lose again, they go to exile.
Estarían desterrados por 12 años y tendrían que ocultarse por uno. Si durante el 13º año los Pándavas eran reconocidos, tendrían que volver a irse al exilio por otros 12 años.
¡Ganamos!
Duryodhan volvió a ganar.
So they go to the forest.
Pero no podemos permitirnos.
Some things happen, and at one point, Arjun goes alone to Himalaya and he met Shiva, and he gets some magic weapons. This is...
¿Por qué mataste a mi jabalí?
Perdóneme, señor. Pensé que el jabalí me estaba atacando.
¿Y qué si te atacaba? Solo habrías perdido una vida. ¡Nada más! ¿Tú quién eres?
Soy Arjun, hijo de Kunti, y vengo con la bendición de Dios.
¿Qué crees que soy tonto? Veo tus arcos y tus flechas. ¡Mentiroso! No puedes venir con la bendición de Dios. ¡Eres un mentiroso! ¡Vas a lamentar esto!
Imposible. ¿Quién eres?
¿No me reconoces?
Arjun no es.
Escuché un ruido.
So,
Krishna.
so they are in the court of
¿Qué te trae aquí?
These
Vine a
are in
advertirles.
disguise. This is Krishna.
Al aproximarse el final de su
So these are all of the Pandavas that are in disguise, and this is Krishna. And then it is
¿Cuántos
when
hombres siguen en el...
they are going to fight in the Miranda, and this is the bow of Shiva. So at the end they win. This is not much interesting now. Also, I want to finish with mythology already. It's 2 hours, almost 2 hours and a half. So, well, in this battle they win. In this movie, the battle of Kurukshetra doesn't appear, so I'm going to show just a little bit. It is Mahabharata. Yes. Like this movie, the animation is not very good, but it's not important. I just want to show a bit of the end. This is the time when Arjun is like, I don't want to kill. I'm going to show another one. Krishna, Arjuna, Bhagavad. This one. So this is like Arjuna is seeing all the loved ones in the other in the enemy army, and he's like, I don't want to kill them, but Krishna says you must do whatever you want, you must do.
रणभूमि में 2 सेनाओं को बराबर की दूरी से देखना चाहता हूँ केशव। यह नहीं रह गया कि तुम्हें अकेले ही हम
ये मेरी
लोग खड़े हैं।
This is
देव मंदिर नहीं, कर्तव्य का संग्राम है। आत्मा
This is the teaching, and then the battles happen. This is Bhishma, the grandfather, who is killed with the arrow. And this is Karna. How Karna dies, I want to show that. The son of, if I remember correctly, of Arjun, and he's killed like with treachery. This is when Kunti says Karna that he's his son, and he's the brother of the Kaura, of the Pandavas, but anyway. Not the battle here. This is Karna. The wheel gets stuck, and then Arjuna kills Karna. He's a goon who will die also, and at the end, Duryodhana hides himself in a lake, but at the end he's killed anyway. He's killed by Bhima. This is Bhima.
इसी जगह पर तूने द्रौपदी को बिठाना चाहा ना?
So he's killed, and this is how they win. Kingdom, and then them doesn't appear in anything. But this is the story of Mahabharata. And now, finally, very quickly, because it's amazing that 2 hours and a half about mythology. This is very, very long, but anyway, I think this stream is going to be extremely long. Last part is about Buddhism. So before I mention it, let me go back to this and the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. So in Buddhism there are some schools or branches, not sure exactly how to call it. It is the Theravada, the Mahayana, and the Vajrayana. So the Theravada is the most traditional and the first that happens. In this one, they pursue Nirvana to stop the cycle of reincarnation. I'm going to explain very quickly about what is that. Well, I go with the life of Buddha first then. I want to show a scene that is very interesting about that. I'm only going to put 1 or 2 scenes in this movie. This movie is the audio is in Spanish, but it's fine. So what happens? Buddha is born. He's a prince, and at the beginning he's called Siddhartha Gautama. He's a prince, and the king is hiding all the suffering things of the world. Like he hides sadness, he hides old people, he hides the sick people, he hides death. So it's like Siddhartha lives in a world where everything is fantastic, everything is happiness, so he doesn't know any bad thing. But he realized that he wants to see the world, so he goes to his city. And they prepare the city. The king prepares the city to be everything happy. So all the old people, sick people, and such are hidden. But among the people, Siddhartha will see an old people, and he's like, "Hey, who are you? What is happening to you?" And then he got the explanation that this is an old man, and he says, "An old man? What is old? What is getting old?" And he discovered what is getting old. And then he will wander in the city, and he will discover sick people, and he's like, what is happening to these people? And he got the explanation. This is sickness. Everyone gets sick in life. It is something that happens. So he's like, I will also get sick someday, and the answer is yes, you will also get sick. So the next he discovers a dead man. And he's like, what is happening to this? What has happened? The answer is, he's dead. We will all of us will die at some point. And Siddhartha is, will I also die? And the answer is yes, you will also die. So he discovers the suffering that happens with life. Then he will try to escape, and he will see ascetics that are like people who are trying to reach enlightenment, to be free of this suffering. Then he goes in a journey to enlightenment, and then at some point he realized that the middle path it's like you don't need to meditate until you die of hunger and such. There is a middle point, and you should follow the middle path. And he reaches illumination at the shadow of the Bodhi tree. Well, I'm going to show some scene, and then I go to the final conclusion.
Vuestro padre os quiere mucho.
So he's like, what is this song? I want to see the world, why everything is happy, and then he decides to go to the city, and the city is like, everything is happy.
¿Cómo? No.
He's going to the city, and everything is happy. It's the king. He arrives to the city and everything is wonderful, happiness. And old people, sick people, and such are inside the home. This is Siddhartha. Everything is happy. And then
El joven príncipe vio algo que
he discovers the old man.
jamás había visto.
Chana. Chana.
He asks, who is these people? What happened?
¿Quiénes son esos hombres?
Who are them?
Dime, ¿quiénes son?
Son hombres como nosotros, mi señor.
And he says, they are men like us, they are old.
Que también se alimentaron del pecho de sus madres.
¿Pero por qué tienen ese aspecto?
So why they have that appearance? And then he answers, they are old.
Ancianos, mi señor.
¿Qué significa?
What means old? And then the answer, everyone will get old.
Anciano.
La vejez destruye la memoria, la belleza y la fuerza. Y a todos nos alcanza, mi señor.
¿A todos?
Everyone?
¿A ti y a mí?
To you and me?
Es mejor que no os preocupéis por esas cosas, mi señor.
¿A dónde se los llevan? Chana. No, mi señor. No vayáis, por favor, no debéis. No, mi señor. Mi señor. Príncipe Siddhartha.
No.
Sin haber caído en...
He discovers the sick people.
¿Qué le ocurre a esa mujer? ¿Por qué llora así?
What happens to this woman? Why is she crying?
Siente dolor, mi señor.
She feels
Está muy
pain.
enferma.
She is very sick.
Enferma.
Sick?
¿Qué es eso?
What is that?
Nadie llega al momento de la muerte sin haber caído enfermo alguna vez.
Nobody reaches death without being sick sometimes.
Incluso los reyes.
Even the kings.
¿Y la muerte?
And death?
¿Qué momento es ese?
What is that moment?
Enséñame la muerte.
Show me death.
Esto es la muerte, mi señor.
This is death, my lord. Then it's like they will be born.
El momento de la separación.
When death happens, the people is like a piece of wood, and like wood, they must be born. So that's how he discovers death. And then he goes away from the kingdom, and then he's crying. He gets some big beard, like this. This is the same. This is Siddhartha, and this is how it's like he hears some musicians saying, in stringed instrument, the string must not be very, I'm not sure how to say, very tense, strained, very heavy. It's like most because if it is like that, then it will break. But if it is not enough, then it will not sound. So it's like the middle path is the correct. So he realized that this is what he must do, the middle path. So he eats, and he says to the other ascetics for that, but they say, you have abandoned the path, now we cannot follow you. So then they go away. Siddhartha is alone. I'm just going to show the last part. When he is in the tree. Okay, this.
No volverás a
So
reconstruir
this is
tu
he
casa.
who reaches enlightenment, and he dispels his ego.
Tú vives en mí, existe.
And then he reaches enlightenment. And then he will spend the rest of his life teaching it. So what is what he learns in this? He learned that life is suffering, that the word is dukkha. Let's call it suffering. Then there are the four noble truths. That is, the existence of dukkha, the existence of suffering. Suffering exists in life. The second truth is the origin of suffering. The origin is pleasure, the desire of pleasure, not only pleasure, it's the desiring thing. It can be divided in sexual desire, desire for existence, and also desire for non-existence, because non-existence is like a destructive way, so it is also a kind of desire that is not good. The third truth is the cessation or extinction of suffering. How it is done? This is done by the liberation of cessation of desire. By eliminating desire, you eliminate suffering. And the third truth is the path for the cessation of suffering. This is the path that leads to the extinction of suffering. This is called the Eightfold Noble Path. The Eightfold Noble Path is composed by the correct and not sure how I'm going to translate this properly, but it's the right understanding, the right thinking, the right language, the right action, the right life, the right effort, the right attention, and the right concentration. This is a kind of different rules for life. This is the basic. This is how you remove suffering, because by the only fact of existing, then you are condemned to suffering. And if you don't reach enlightenment, then you will keep participating in the wheel of samsara, that is the wheel of birth, life, death, and reincarnation. So you will continue the cycle, and to break this cycle, then you must reach nirvana. And when you reach nirvana, you break the cycle, then you don't you are not reborn anymore, so you can finally stop suffering, because life is suffering. So this is the basic of Buddhism. And now to conclude, I'm just going to point out this. So Theravada is the most conservative form of Buddhism. it's like you must reach the nirvana. In Mahayana is a branch of Buddhism that wants to spread as much as possible, like everyone can reach nirvana, but here it is venerated the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara. If you remember, well, it doesn't appear here, or yes, it appears. I remember a picture. The Avalokitesvara. The Avalokitesvara has different names according to different places. It is the Chenrezig in Tibet, the Wansijin in China, or the Canon in Japan. It is very important in Japan. I'm just going to put a picture just because Canon Japan. Very important in Japan. When I do the stream for Japan, I will talk more about it, but just remember, and it's like the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara is a helper for people to break the cycle. He helps people to reach nirvana. So he's like, he could reach nirvana, but he won't reach nirvana because he will dedicate his existence to continue die and rebirth. So he will always help people to break the cycle. So he's like sacrificing his existence or his non-existence. He wants to suffer voluntarily just because he wants to help people to stop suffering. And finally, the Vajrayana is a minor branch. It is mostly in Tibet because here it is said that the Lama, remember the Dalai Lama, so the Lama is the reincarnation of the Avalokitesvara. And with this I conclude with Buddhism and with mythology. Well, I'm just going to mention, I just forgot, the karma is the divine justice, the balance. So if you have good karma, then you will be closer to reach nirvana. And with this, yes, now I finished with mythology. I'm going to with the art. Almost 3 hours about mythology. It has been super long. But also I think it has been very interesting. Okay, art now. Origins. Bhimbetka rock paintings represent animals as bisons, elephants, peacocks, Dravidian people, the original inhabitants of the southeastern part of India. This is the Bhimbetka rock art. Wait, okay. This I'm going to close. Okay, I'm going to Bhimbetka. I think this stream is going to be the longest of all the streams I have done about art. Probably it's going to last more than 6 hours. Almost 3 hours, and now I start with art. Bhimbetka rock art. Indus Valley Civilization. This civilization was developed in Bronze Age. The most important settlements are Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, where seals were found, among ceramics and weapons. Sculpture is important, and as examples I added a mother goddess, black dancer, and priest king. This is the seals, and these are sculptures. Mother Goddess, Black Dancer, and Priest King. And I'm just going to add one. And another one for the cylinder seals. Well, these are not cylinders, I think. Mohenjo-Daro seals. This Mohenjo-Daro. Both. Seals. The Vedic period was between the centuries where Aryan people were introduced, with the Sanskrit language Hinduism. Sanskrit language, Hinduism was developed. At the end of this period, Alexander the Great, who remember is from the Greeks, made his expedition to India, and there was also influence from Persian art. Final image is a representation of the end of the war of Kurukshetra, an illustration of Mahabharata. Remember Kurukshetra, the battle for the kingdom between the Pandavas and the Kauravas. Let's see, this is the Kurukshetra. Okay, now finally the first part. Buddhist period goes from 3rd century BCE to the 8th century CE. Maurya, Gandhara, Mathura, Maravati, Gupta, and Post-Gupta. These are all the periods. Maurya, one moment, this the points. Let me check this quickly. Okay. Maurya. The Maurya dynasty spared Alexander the Great from India, concretely King Chandragupta Maurya. India is unified. King Ashoka Vandana becomes a Buddhist. The capital city is Pataliputra. Palace of Ashoka in Pataliputra with monolithic columns called Stamba, with a capital with a lotus flower and a group of animals, as the capital of lions in Sarnath. Also, remember, if you remember, Siddhartha Gautama Buddha is from the clan Sakya. He's also called Buddha Sakyamuni, and his symbol is the lion. So this lion with the lotus flower is also related with Buddha. Chandragupta, Ashoka, and this is the capital with the lions and the lotus flower. This is too much. I'm going to put it here. Let's see if I find that picture. here. How to call this? Stamba. Okay, I think I wrote it wrong. Stamba. Lion, capital, Sarnath. Sarnath. Stupa, funerary barrow that served as reliquary. Chaitya, sanctuaries on peregrination, and vihara, monasteries or temples. Characteristic of the stupa, it has halos of Buddha. Over a grid platform Medi that symbolizes Earth is the semispheric dome, Anda, that represents the celestial dome. In the top is the Harmika, divine essence, with the Yasti, the axis of the world, with 3 Ds called Chatravala, that represent the 3 jewels of Buddhism, Buddha, Lao, and monks. The 3 jewels are Buddha, Sangha, and Dharma. Buddha is the path to reach enlightenment. Dharma is the religious behavior, the thing that you must do, and Sangha is the monastic community. I'm going to change the Dharma and Sangha. The circular shape allows walking around Pradaksina following the sun. It is surrounded by the wall with 4 gates, toranas, decorated with reliefs of animals and scenes of the life of Buddha, although without his image. The image of Buddha does not appear. You will see this, you see in the picture. One is Anda, the vault, Med is the platform, Verika is this wall, the Harmika is this, then the Yasti is this, the Torana is this, the Stamba is this, the column, and the Pradaksina is the circular path in this. You see, this is the Pradaksina. This is Stupa of Sanchi. Stupa of Sanchi, a stupa, as already described, it is important the decoration of the Torana, where in the lower corner axes appear. Format. Stupa of Barhood, another example, but only the Torana is preserved. And Chaitya of Karli, facade with a kudu arch with pillars. Stupa of Sanchi, Stupa of Barhood, and the other one I want to add it also. Stupa of Sanchi is this one. You see, this is the Pradaksina, the Torana. This is the evolution. This is a Stupa of Barhood that only the Torana remains. And the Chaitya of Karli is this one. Okay. I'm going to add also the evolution. Also, I really like that picture. And also I want to add a picture with the different parts. This is for evolution and the parts. Evolution of Buddhist architecture. So this is the early India stupa, late India stupa, Chinese pagoda, and Japanese pagoda. Stupa. Parts of stupa. Stupa of Sanchi. And see if I can also add the Torana. Or this one better. Because the Torana, you can see it here. It's a very big picture. Oops. Okay, I think this is nice. Stupa of Nanchi. The next one is the Stupa of Barhut. And the other one is the Chaitya of Karli. Gandhara. After the end of the Maurya Empire, India was divided in different kingdoms. Indus and Indo-Greeks formed the Sunga-Andhra dynasty, and the Indo-Scythian formed the Kusana dynasty. 1 second, some format. I think I let Maurya here. Okay. Indo-Greeks. Gandhara art was developed with influence of Hellenistic Greek art. This is called Greek Buddhist art. Mahayana Buddhists, where Buddha is represented as human. King Kanishka of the Kusana dynasty is the most important. The Kanishka casket was found in the disappeared stupa. Vihara of Takht Ibahi. Okay. Gandhara, this is a coin with Kanishka, I suppose. Yes. This is the Death Basket. Taki Bhakti. This is different hand positions related with Buddhism. This is Greco-Buddhic art. So it's like a mix between Indian Buddhist art and Greek art. If you notice the face, it really reminds to Greek art. And I'm going to see if I find out. This, you see the face is very Greek. I'm going to picture this. I should add this. No. In sculpture, Buddha is represented. Laksana are attributes of Buddha. Mandala, the aureole. Usnisa, the cranial protuberance, superior knowledge. Urna, the circle in the front, illumination. Earlobes elongated, represents wisdom. Nicked falls represents happiness. Monacal cloak, austerity. And hand in position of clemency. These are these positions, and this is the Buddha. Influence of Greek and Romans. Well, on Roman no, because Rome didn't exist in this. Well, they existed, but not much. It's Greek. Of Greek sculpture, idealized face. The Bodhisattva Maitreya is a temporal form of Buddha or someone pursuing illumination. Genius of flowers. And this is where I'm going to put this one. And this is the Bodhisattva Maitreya, but here's this one. This is the iconography of Buddha. This is the Bodhisattva and Bodhisattva Andara. This is the Bodhisattva Maitreya. Bodhisattva Maitreya. Genius of the flowers. Okay, now I'm going to put some sculpture because this is already Mathura. Okay. And here some more sculptures of this. I put this. Bodhisattva Maitreya. Another Bodhisattva Maitreya. Yes, this one. Mathura. Developed in the city of Mathura, where was created an important artistic school. The image of Buddha is generally sit in yoga position. Like this. I want this, but not the whole picture. Only this. Azura Buddha. Amaravati. It happened in the city of Amaravati and also had influence of Greeks. Stupa of Amaravati, that is like destroyed. It is like this. I'm going to put it here. Stupa of Amaravati. Gupta. This is the classical period of Indian art. It is a period of expansion for Buddhism. They are Hinduists that see Buddhism as a way of union with conquered people. Chandragupta II was an important king. The main topic will be the images of cult. Buddhist sculpture is more classical and intellectual, while Hinduist sculpture is more sensual and popular. Tradition of construction of sanctuaries in the rock, Bamiyan Buddhas in Afghanistan or Petra in Jordan. Bamiyan Buddhas, and this is Petra. Let's see who I'm going to put this because both pictures are very big. Like very long. So long. I'm going to put it. Bamiyan Buddha, Afghanistan. And the other is Petra. Let's read this here. Here. This is more picture of Petra. Gupta architecture. Temple of Sanchi, Temple of Dasavarata in Deogar, Chaitya of Baja, sanctuary where you can see the Kudu arts. and Vihara, these are monasteries. Some buildings. Temple of Sanchi. Temple of Dasavarada in Deogar. This is a very important sculpture that it will appear later also. And then the Vihara, Sanctuaries, Jaya of Baja. Thinking how to put this. Temple of Sanchi. It's very big. Like the picture is very big. Temple of Sanchi, Dasavatara. Temple of Dasavatara. Deogar. Chaitya of Baja. Complex of Ahanta. Very important complex. This saving. A complex of 5 chaityas and 25 viharas that regroup architecture, sculpture, and painting. The topic that regroup is really weird. That group architecture, sculpture, and painting. The topic is the life of Buddha. Paintings are very interesting. Multiplicity of points of view, composition in circles, symbolizing the mandala, the circle as unity. Trinitary division, that is Buddha with 2 bodhisattvas, being those the Padmapani that aims the lotus of purity and Avalokitesvara of protection, like the lotus of protection. There is also, I'm going to put this, the lotus of protection. There is also a third, the Vajrapani, that has a wisdom thunderbolt. The names of the 3 last paintings are the conversion of Nanda, Mahajanata Hataka, and Bodhisattva Padmapani. There are more interesting things to see in Ahanta. Let's see. Ahanta. Complex of Ahanta. It's the interior. Here different pictures of interior, another interior, and then paintings. Nanda, conversion of Nanda, the Mahahanagahataka, Life of Buddha's Prince, and the Bodhisattva Padmapani, Bodhisattva of the Blue Lotus. I'm going to put one of the interior. This. And now the Maha Daga or whoever other is pronounced. Very beautiful. I think it's not here. This. Mahahanagaka. Hanaka. Very complicated word. Ataka. Complex of Ahanta. And sometimes I get my Spanish. And the last one is the Padmapani. I want to add that one also. Bodhisattva Padmapani. I'm thinking Bodhisattva Padmapani. Just to avoid repeating, I put this somewhere. Okay, for like this. Gupta sculpture. Master Buddha of Sarnath, Buddha in position of meditation, intellectual purist. Bodhisattva torso of Sanchi, Bodhisattva of Gupta, and head of Buddha. Buddha of Sarnath. Bodhisattva torso. Bodhisattva Gupta. And head of Buddha. Head of Buddha. Vishnu Mahadeva, representation of Vishnu as the cosmic being of Brahma. Is Vishnu Mahadeva? I think it is Shiva Mahadeva. Well, clearly this is Vishnu. But Shiva is also called Mahadeva. But Mahadeva means the great god. Maha is great and Deva is god. So Vishnu Mahadeva, representation of Vishnu as the cosmic being of Brahma dressed as a prince. Vishnu Varaha, representation of Vishnu with boar head saving earth from the ocean, symbolized as a Naga. Vishnu Anantasayana, the relief of the temple of Dasavatara in Deogar. It is the dream of Vishnu for the creation of the universe. So it is this one, the one of the boar, and this other that appeared before in the temple. Let's see how I put this. Gupta sculpture. Vishnu Mahadeva here. Vishnu Varaha. This really big. And the other one is this one, but I want probably to put the other picture. Yes, I want to put this because the context. I know it's big, but it fits fine. Or I put this in here and this in here. Not sure, but going to try. Okay, it's fine. Vishnu Mahadeva and Vishnu Varaha. And now this. I need to see the name again. Vishnu Anantasayana. Anantasayana. Post-Gupta. North Nepal and Tibet, cultures of Himalaya, West Ellora and Elephanta, and South Pallava dynasty, Mamalapura and Kanchipura. So this is the map. Stupa of Bodhanath. Nepal, continuity with of Buddhism or Mahayana Buddhism. No. Stupa of Bodhanath with painted eyes that symbolize the sight of Buddha. You notice the eyes are here. I put a close-up, you see. Well, it is this one. I'm going to see if I find a better picture for showing. Stupa of Bodhanath. This one. You see the eyes here. Stupa of Bodhanath. Tibet, influenced by China. Potala Palace in Lhasa, the palace of the Dalai Lamas. I really like this palace. This is the Potala Palace, it's wonderful. Here a bigger picture. Vihara of Ellora, also called Temple of Kailasanatha, dedicated to Shiva, excavated in the rock with reliefs of elephants and Shiva and Parvati, among others. And I want to put a sculpture also. Shiva and Parvati. You notice that with this now, these are Hindu gods, so the Hindu period is close. Vihara of Elephanta. In the interior is the bust of Shiva Mahadeva with 3 heads, representing the 3 attitudes of the divinity. Those are impassive, terrible, and smiling. The elephant is in another place, but this is the reason of the name. Okay, some pictures here. This is the Vihara of Elephanta, this is the head of Shiva, and this is the elephant of Elephanta. I'm going to put the 3 pictures. Is this one, but I want the other picture. And the other is the elephant of Elephanta. That is in another place. Hello, I can say hola, but I don't speak Spanish. It's fine, don't worry, thank you. Hello, hola to you too. Mamayapuram, here there are small temples called Rata, monolithic temples symbolizing the Mount Kailasa, the home of Shiva in Himalaya, with ceiling as the Mount Meru, the primordial mount. See what picture, Mamayapuram. Many interesting pictures here. I think I'm going to put this one. This, the Rathas of Mayapura. These are like the mounts, but also like carriages. Later with temples with a temple very similar in the decoration will appear related to Surya. Mamayapuram. So now I will go because I have some work to do. Sure, it's fine. Thank you for coming, even if just to say hi. Best luck with your work. Okay, I'm going to put a very important sculpture. Is this one, this. It is the descent of Ganges. The descent of Ganges, like the river Ganges. Kailasanatha of Kanchipuram. It has a Sancta Sanctorum, Mandapa, main room, a wall, and a gopura, great pyramidal tower. This is the gopura, I think. Kanchipuram. I think this picture is much better. I don't like to put pictures with people, but it is what it is. And I like this picture better just to change the perspective. Kanchipuram. Here. Gopuram. Later there will appear more epic Gopuram. They are wonderful. Kailasanatha, Kanchipuram. And finally, the bull Nandi is the bull of Shiva and Parvati. This is the bull. I think it's not here. Not sure what it is. Here. Okay, the Buddhist art is finished. Now the Hinduist. Hinduist period, also called Brahman period, goes from 8th to 13th centuries. After the invasion of the White Huns, India gained divided in various kingdoms and fought each other continuously. Buddhism lost strength against Hinduism. Constructions are made mainly of stone, and there are two typologies. The temple is the home of Shiva and represents Mount Meru. They follow the rules of the Vastu Shastras. Now important buildings. See how I put this. Nagara, building with Kulberinial Tower, Vimana, building covered with a pyramid. There are two main rooms that are the Garbhagriha, the chapel of the god with the Sikara in the top, the Mandapa, column rooms for praise, and this is also related with the sexual symbols of the Lingam and Ioni. In the north, there is the Rajput dynasty, Nagara, and 4 styles: Orissa, Bundelkhand, Rajputana, and Gujarat. So these are the typologies. Sikara is this tower. Vimana, Nagara. See Nagara here. And now the different styles. Let's see how I put this. And you see the Mandapa and Garbhagriha. It is this picture where I'm going to put, but I'm going to see if I edit and add at least the Sikara word. This one. And the other thing is Jagamohan. I don't know. Jagamohan. Yes, is that how it is called, the Hulu. Okay. And this, I put it here. Orissa, built with red sandstone with rooms communicated by a hall. Moment. Okay. Lingaraja in Bhubaneswar, dedicated to Shiva, decorated with reliefs. And Surya, Konarak, dedicated to Surya, god of the sun, with erotic scenes. The Sikara is lost. The main temple is like a chariot with wheels. One per piece. So this is Lingaraja temple. Let me see if I find this. This is this. And probably I can put 2 pictures. Oops. Ningaraja, Cubanes. Probably I wrote it incorrectly. Cubanes War. Okay, I did it fine. And the next one is Surya. You see this wheel. That is the picture I'm going to put as detail. If I see it. Yes, this. I think this picture I can put it. Temple of Surya. And I think the other should be Temple of Lingaraja. Of Lingaraja. Yes. Bundelkhand, built with creamy red stone with rooms with many columns. Khajuraho, elegant and high-quality sculpture with legendary mythological and erotic topics. The most important temple is the Kandariya Mahadeva, dedicated to Shiva. There are reliefs of tantric erotics based in the Kama Sutra, divided in groups called Mithunas. This one will have probably 2 because here the sculptures are very interesting. Khajuraho, it is this. Here you see Garbhagriha, Sikara, Mandapa. This is the entrance. Here are again the parts. And this is the erotic scenes. So yes, one for the temple like this, and other for the sculptures. Khajuraho. I always get confused. What's really this called temple? Complex. Complex of Khajuraho. So a Mithuna is like one group of skulls. So it's like this is a Mithuna, this is another Mithuna, this is another, and such. It's like this Mithuna. You understand, I think. So I want to put this picture because this one has more sculptures. I will put 2, but they are too big. So I just put it like this. I think I'm just going to put it like this on. Maybe add another. Okay, I add this one. Rajputana with rooms for ceremonies and dances. Chaturbhuja in Gwalior, this temple is famous for having the earliest representation on number 0. Chaturbhuja in Orcha. This is Chaturbhuja in Gwalior and the Chaturbhuja Orcha. I'm just going to add one picture. The Chaturbhuja in Gwalior. Temple of Kandarija Mahadeva. Is this same? This is Khajuraho, I think. Yes, Khajuraho. I'm going to add this picture. Would I see it? No, it's not worth. Sorry. Not worth because it is almost the same. Never mind. So for this looks promising, but it is too big, I think. This one is better for the detail, I think. I'm going to see if I can, but if not, then this is not very good quality. Nah, I let this one. I don't like very much the size, but Chaturbhuja Warrior. Gujarat, with fantastic marble sculpture temples at Mount Abu, temples of Jainist religion founded by Mahavira in the 6th century BCE, Adinath, Neminath, and Dilwara. and the Hindu period is almost finished. To put 3 because these temples are very beautiful. Adinath, the interior is fantastic. You see, it's wonderful. I'd love to visit this. Neminath, that's fantastic, and Dilwara, some of my favorite temples. In fact, probably I'm going to need to put more pictures. Just I can't stop seeing these beautiful temples. I'm searching for specific picture. This is like too close to. I want that one that is all the temple, but I don't see it. Well, I don't really see it. Oh yes, it is this one here. This I want to put all the pictures. It is going to be too much, but I love this picture so much. Where is the other? Maybe here. Yes. These wonderful pictures. Even if I put them a bit small. Next, Neminath. Temple of Neminath and Dilwara. Obviously, the last picture I'm going to add it also. Very beautiful. I really want to visit this temple someday. Temple of Birwara. And of course, this one. Finest sculptures, Saravati or as Sakti, representation of the wife of Brahma as goddess of wisdom, art and sound, with 4 arms, and Gomatesvara represents the Jainist master Bahubali that died on foot, immobile. This is Saravati, I suppose Sarasvati. Sarasvati. And this is the Gomatesvara. If I find it. Where is this? This is the Gomatesvara, but I'm searching for this. It seems it's not here. But if it's not here, it doesn't make any sense. Okay, definitely it's not here. So it must be somewhere else here. Like this. Yes. Gomatesvara. In the south, there are cities sanctuary with 4 gates called Gopuram, and in the center there is a sanctuary Abhimana with form of pyramid in the god room. The Chola Empire are the rulers here, coins of Uttama Chola. Brihadisvara Tanjore, this city is the capital of the Chola dynasty. The temple is dedicated to Shiva as Greek god. In the access there is a Nandi, a sacred bull. This is Brihadisvara. And this is the bull. This is the Lingam and Yoni. This is the Shiva Nataraja. Kali. Shiva Nataraja, representation of Shiva as king of dance, usually represented with 4 arms and long hair, with a drum in one hand and a flame in the other, surrounded by a ring of flames. And Kali, goddess of black skin, it is made to be transported in procession. This is just another one. Okay. Where it is? Brihadisvara. I'm going to put both pictures. Because I want the bull to appear also. Brihadisvara. Brihadisvara town hall. Shiva Nataraja and Kali. I think this is going to be too much. To put it here. If it was only one, then maybe yes. But both of them, probably not. Shiva Nataraja. No, impossible. I need a different one. Shiva Nataraja and Kali. Let's see where it is. Probably in the other folder. Kali, yeah. Shiva Nataraja. And Kali. Saving. The last part of Hinduism. Nayak dynasty. Madurai, another city sanctuary dedicated to Meenakshi, goddess of peace, eyes, and Shiva Sundaresvara, beautiful lord. It has 4 great gopuram decorated with polychroma sculpture. You are going to see these are extremely beautiful. Srirangam, another city sanctuary dedicated to Vishnu as creator of the world. There is a sculpture about a ride with the Nayak princess. Nataraja, another city sanctuary. This is last part, and Islam is going to start. Madurai, Srirangam, what more? Madurai, here the pictures are super beautiful. I think I have better pictures. Hindu. Here is better close-up. This one also super beautiful. You see here, it's like full sculpture, is fantastic. Madurai Gopuram. You see, it's just Just amazing, wordless. Very good quality. They are super beautiful. Let's see, Madurai. Rirangam and Nataraja. This is Nataraja. This, yes. Nataraja. Okay, Islamism now. But if you excuse me, I'm going to have a short break. 4 hours. Okay, I'm going fine. Maybe I can even finish at 6 hours as I planned. So I'm going to take a very short break. I won't put music, but because copyright, since later I export this to YouTube and I don't want to have copyright issues, I'm just going to take a 10 minutes break, okay? Just write this in case someone comes and see that I'm in break. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Now I feel refreshed. It's 4.5. I hope I finished it at 6 hours or at least 6.5. It is missing Islamism, that is the third great period, then a bit of miniature, then other places and contemporaneity. But the longest one now is Islamism. Islamic period goes from 3rd century to 18th century. After a succession of various dynasties, the Mughal Empire happened and reunified India. The Islamists introduced art forms of Islamic art. I'm going to this. Here the two main places are Delhi and Agra. Delhi in this year happened the first independent Sultanate of Delhi with Qutb-ud-Din Aibak from the Ghori dynasty. Qutb Minar, it is the minaret of the mosque Quwwat-ul-Islam, the tallest minaret of the world. This is the Qutb Minar. This is the more close-up. It's very this picture is very beautiful, but this one shows the whole structure. So again, I think I'm going to put all of them. I think it is not here. The Bursikri. Here is the Qutb Minar. This is one. And the others, not sick. It must be here. Here, one. Have these folders a bit disorganized since this is one because from university this is one of the subjects that I most enjoyed, so I have the folders as the teacher also shared it in university, so this is why like I have these folders with small letters that are created by me, but then I have these ones that are with the caps, and these are the created by the teacher. Qutb Minar. Good memories for this subject, so bad that I couldn't go to class much in that times, but I really enjoyed this subject. A bit impossible also, because it was subject including India art, the art of India, the art of China, and the art of Japan all in one subject. And subject has a duration of 3 months, so it was like 1 month for each culture. So not much time to learn properly. Anyway, just some curiosity. This one is the one I was searching all the time. Qutb Minar. And again another one for the big picture, this one. Mughal. It started with Timur-Lang that established important cities over all the territory, influenced by Persian culture. Timurid dynasty being other important emperors Akbar, Jahangir, and Shah Jahan. There are very interesting miniatures related with this, especially one about Jahangir that is one of my favorites, and Shah Jahan is the emperor who ordered the construction of the Taj Mahal. Delhi, Jama Masjid, the mosque of Friday with 2 minarets and 3 domes made with white and black marble, decorated with gold in the top. Red Fort of Delhi. It was a palace made by Shah Jahan. It has 2 main gates, imperial pavilions, and the Moti Masjid, the Pearl Mosque made with white marble. And the mausoleums, I'm going to put them in another page. Mausoleum of Akbar, which will appear later. Yes. Yeah, Masjid and Red Fort of Delhi. So this is Timur-Lang. But probably I can put the picture, maybe. Yes, why not? I have the space. Timur-Lang. Now the Hama Masjid, this one. And the Red Fort of Delhi. Only one picture of each. Trying to find the Hama Masjid, probably this here. No. Where it is? Well, I don't see it. And here. Hama Masjid. I remember this means like the masjid is mosque, but I don't know if Hama means Friday. I'm going to check. Masjid I Hanan Numa. Hama Masjid. Just because I'm curious how it was. Well, just going to assume Hama means Friday, but I don't know. Masjid, I know that it is mosque. Hama Masjid and Red Fort of Delhi. This one. Let's see if I find this picture faster. This one. Mausoleum of Humayun, built with red sandstone with decoration made with white and black marble, Persian influence with a Chaharbagh, a Persian garden. And Mausoleum of Safdar Hung. Obviously I'm going to put this picture, both because the size and because I can see the water pond much better. Humayun, let's see where it is. It's this one, but this is the big one with the people. So I want the other. Here. I'm going to put this thing here. I don't know, because this one has better quality. Okay, I'm going to use this, but I'm going to put it. The other one is one that I remember. I couldn't find much information, but the pictures are so beautiful. Is this one? This picture is super beautiful. Safdar Hung. Safdar Hung. Sorry, it's Safdar Hung. Safdar Hung. I still get a bit confused with some names. Fatehpur Sikri, I really like this place. A complex built by Akbar with many buildings of red sandstone. Some of these buildings are the next. Diwani Kash, Kubik building where the emperor received his visitants. Anup Talao, the Chaharbagh, Persian garden. Ibadat Khana, House of Praise. Panch Mahal, the Playtime Pavilion. Hama Masjid, the mosque. And among others. Oops. This is going to be probably 3. Let's see. Fatehpur Sikri is like general picture. But the poor secret. Diwanikas, Panch Mahal, Hama Masjid. Tomb of Salim. This is Hama Masjid. Pas Mahal, I think I'm going to put this interior. One is gas. Yes. And here the Hama Masjid. I think Hama means great. So Hama Masjid is like the great mosque. Agra, the city with the most beautiful buildings. Red Fort of Agra, built by Emperor Akbar as a world palace. In its complex, I must mention the Amar Singh Gate, the Jahangiri Mahal, and the Kas Mahal. Mention the Red Fort of Agra. This is the Amar Gate of Amar Singh. Jahangiri Mahal, Kas Mahal. Very beautiful. Yes, I knew that there was another that is more red. Probably here. Yes, this picture is much better. I add this gate. This is very big. This is another for the secret. Red Wall, Red Fort of Agra. I'm searching for the other Red Fort pictures. Not sure if they are here. Yes, here there is one. Other and this one. Be saving. Amar Singh Gate. Amar Singh Gate. Jahangiri. Jahangiri Pal. And the other one, that is the Kas Mahal. This is one and this is the other. Kas Mahal. Love it. Mausoleum of Akbar, inspired by the one of Humayun, his father, also with a Chaharba, the Persian garden. Fantastic decoration. Mausoleum of Itimat ud Dawla. This mausoleum represents the transition of using red sandstone to white marble in the construction. This one is made with marble, with precious stones and Persian geometric decoration. Points are fine, yes. Mausoleum of Akbar. Oh, this picture. I want to add this picture also. Where is that? This one. Very beautiful. Okay, now yes. Mausoleum of Akbar. This one. Very fantastic pictures inside. Let's see. Bar. And something of the inside. This one. Mausoleum of Akbar. And the other one is Mausoleum of Itimat Dawla. The interior is very beautiful. This one deserves at least 2. Itimat Dawla. Itimat Dawla. Itimat Dawla. Too bored. It's very beautiful. Then this one and the other one also. And finally, Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is the masterpiece of Mughal art. It is a mausoleum made of white marble with 4 minarets with a facade with a great Persian Iwan. Iwan is this, like this. Okay, I can't do it in this picture. This is the Iwan, like this kind of square rectangle thing with these arts. This is the Iwan. The Great Jaharba is one of the biggest gardens of the world. It was built in honor of the wife of Shah Jahan that died when she was giving birth to a child. He wanted to build another but black, near that one, but due to monetary problems he couldn't. He rests there with his wife. Taj Mahal, I'm going to put 3 probably. So, this is general picture, close-up picture of this, and this is the interior, or pictures of the interior. This is the plant. This is Taj Mahal, this is the Chaharba, the garden, and this is the entrance. You see? Taj Mahal, the Chaharba, or garden, and the entrance. Many pictures here, probably even 5. I think it deserves it. Taj Mahal. General one. This one maybe is this too big. Yeah, it's only 3. Islamist period is almost ending. Taj Mahal. Now the gate, like this close-up. And more. Now the tomb. And here, this. I prefer to put them small, but at least put them. Like, I don't want to put one per each page, but I want to put the pictures anyway. This is the plant. And that's all. I'm going to put this one, and that's all. This. Okay. Okay. Almost finished with the Islamism. Deccan. In center South India happened the Deccan Sultanates, centered in Bijapur and Bidar, among other places. The Baridi dynasty was very important. Charminar Mosque, Hyderabad, ceremonial construction, mausoleum of gold gumbaz, Bijapur, Karnataka, with great dome. This is a Charminar, and this is the mausoleum of gold gumbaz. Mausoleum of gold gumbaz. I didn't see that, but welcome and thank you. Gold gumbaz, Bijapur, Karnataka. If I am correct. Yes. Now the Sikh Golden Temple. This is very beautiful also. You see, very just wordless. I really love this temple also. Sikh, they are warrior people whose religion was founded by Nanak. The main temple is Amritsar. If you remember, before I told a story that about a Sikh person that it's like they have to fight for Hindu religion against the Islamic. So this is why these warrior people whose religion was founded, etc. Golden Temple, Gurdwara, Har Mandir, also called Harmandir Sahib, located in the city previously mentioned. It is a very important temple for the Sikh people, and this is the Amritsar temple. Main city Amritsar, yes. Also called Harmandir Sahib, or Golden Temple of Amritsar. I'm going to search it anywhere just in case, because I didn't remember this. Yes. Okay, it's fine. Two pictures I'm going to add, this one and this one. Here is one and the other. Probably it's not here. Oh, here there are more pictures. Very beautiful. So it is this one, and the other is this one. I might be wrong, but I remember reading that it's very hard to enter in this temple. Like they don't let everyone enter or something like that. Maybe that was in the past. Golden Temple of Amritsar. Indian Garden as a special mention. The Indian Garden. As a special mention, just like there are some flowers that have a strong symbology. These are the lotus, as symbols seen the beginning of Buddhism. In fact, the position for meditation called Padmasana is the form of lotus. The water lily is also very important. When the Islamists came to India, there was a mix of cultures, a mix of Hindus and Islamians, but also Persian. There are remembrances of the gardens of Babylon and reference to the garden of paradise of Quran. So gardens are a square divided in 4 squares by 2 channels that symbolize the 4 rivers of paradise, and in the center it's normal to find a construction. This kind of garden is known as Jaharba, Persian garden. Let's see what picture I have about this. Lotus, and I don't have anything else. Okay, well I know clearly what I'm going to put here as an example. I'm going to put this. This is the aerial shape, aerial plant of the Taj Mahal, the entrance, and this is the Chaharba. You see the square with the 4 rivers and a construction in the center. just as curious as mention of another kind of garden, not exactly garden, but you will see the four rivers. Is the Lion Courtyard, Alhambra. Now, as I'm talking about Islamists, just showing another example. This is not in India, this is in Spain. I want to see if there is a better picture. So you see, this is the construction in the center, that this is a fountain with lions, and then here you see the four rivers. It is the same symbology. Here you see also clearly the fountain and the four rivers. Next chapter, miniature. Miniature was developed in India's pictorial form influenced by Islamic art. Overall, in chromatics and perspective, it appears in books of historic, biographic, of courtesan topics. Generally, first it was made a draw in a paper with graphite or ink, and the pigments were a mix of plant pigments and binder as Arabic gum. This one is prepared for the pictures. Nice. Rajput. First period, primitive school. This is the more Indian miniature. The Malwa paintings of this period divide the space in sections and nature is represented in patterns. Rasamanjari was one of the most inspirational texts. Intimate scenes about the divinity and the human soul, religious scenes with Krishna, reincarnation of Vishnu, and his love to Radha. Gita Govinda. Gita Govinda is the poem about this story. The first 5 images, I'm going to delete this. Krishna and Radha. Also, there are Ragmala, musical composition. Krishna may appear dancing with the gopi, cow shepherd. Cow shepherd and that. The cow shepherd. Moment. Now some examples of the Rajput. Probably 3, but I don't know. Krishna and Radha, more Krishna and Radha, more Krishna and Radha. Other scenes, more Krishna and the gopis, and this is now okay, let's see how many I put this. This one here. This one. Yes. Now this big one. This is one of my favorites. And a few more here. Then this kind of dancing Krishna. I'm going to put this here probably. No, it's no space. Okay, I have an idea. To save space. So all of this is Krishna Radha. Okay. Mughal, second period. This is the most abundant and important, and each emperor gave its importance. That's why its chronology can be named as the emperors. Babur, the first images of Babur receiving a courtier by Farrukh Bey. One moment, let me check for the format. Okay. Um, Babur. Let's see if I find it. This one. Yes. Oops. By the way, how long I am? Okay. Going good in time. Babur. Akbar. He was a great patron of miniatures, especially about chronicles and illustrated stories as the Hamthanama. Painter Basawan was one of the best. Also, the scenes of Akbar Nama in the images. Relate also this. Portrait of Akbar, scene of Akbar Nama, scene of Tudinama. Akbar dominates Hawaii by Basawan. Scenes of Battle of Hansanama. Akbar riding a Hawaii elephant, pursuing other elephants through a collapsing bridge of boats. Akbar receiving his sons in Fatehpur Sikri form Akbar Nama. Other addings are paintings of women as woman with flower and noble woman. A lot here. Let's see how I do this. I'm going to assume at least two. Bar. Yes. Or this one. Akbar with the elephants. These are the women. Very hard to identify as they are very small. This is one. This is the other. Yes. And at least one of the women, like this one. Okay. Jahangir. In his reign, miniatures of birds and flowers were made. In images, allegoric portrait of Jahangir. Jahangir waits Prince Khurram by Manohar Das, bird flowers. This is one of my favorites. This one is wonderful. And the birds and flowers are also very beautiful. I'm going to show the one of as Archer in bigger size. This one. I love this one, it's super cool. I love this decoration. It looks like when you see it from far away, it looks like the sky with the stars, but then you do close up and they are flowers. I just love it. In the other I'm going to put the beard on the flowers. Okay, next one. Sayahan with him began the decadence of miniature, although there were nice portraits and hair scenes. In image, a portrait of Sayahan. Aurangzeb, he came back to Islamism. Portrait of Aurangzeb. Let's see. Sayahan, and this is Aurangzeb. I'm going to see if I can put both here. This one is also cool. Where is the... Here's the Lord of Krishna. Here's Sayahan and Aurangzeb. This one. I think better one independent for Aurangzeb. Second. Yeah, forgot a point. Okay. Deccan then introduces perspective in the 18th century, superposition of scenes and the garden associated to paradise. Raga Malkaus Golconda, Raga Vasant Golconda, dances Hyderabad, hunt of the deer. I think there are only two more, yes. Deccan, these are the Deccan ones. It's like very happy miniatures. Dancers, hunt of the deer. This one, yes. this and this. I think this I don't add it. Paithava, this miniature is completely fantastic, and it is a representation of a palace with RM gardens. Yes, this is one that also very hard to find information, but I love it. This is one, I think, this is one from university that the teacher showed in class. It's very beautiful. And the episode and the chapter of miniatures is finished. Other places. Now there are 3 places with interesting artworks. These are not in India. Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Cambodia. This chapter I'm going to talk about these 3 different countries outside India that have Indian construction or Indian inspired constructions. Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and Cambodia. Sri Lanka, known before as Ceylon. Sri Lanka, I thought it was Ceylon. Okay, in Spanish the translation is Ceylon. It began with Buddhism, with Theravada Buddhism. Buddhism that is without representation of Buddha. When they get the Mahayana representation, the Buddha acquires its own identity. Tigirilla, the caves of this place have paintings similar to the Ajanta paintings, this time about the Apsaras, celestial dancers. From the end of the 5th century, different faces, very well done. Sri Lanka, you see this. And if you remember, in the Ramayana, Lanka, that is this place, is the kingdom of Ravana, the demon who kidnaps Sita. So it's like Rama and the army of monkeys are here in this part, and they build a bridge with stones to cross it. Ruled by Ravana, yes. Hello, Charlotte, Teresa. I know who you are. Welcome. Yes, you're right. So here the Sigiriya caves is this one. I put this. I have different pictures. No, this one is okay. Need to find the biggest picture. This one. Rama said the bridge. Yes, they built the bridge with the stones. I wonder if you know that anime movie of the Ramayana. Divirilla Caves. I watched that anime movie of Ramayana. It's very well done, like very faithful to the story, except the end. At the end, that part of Rama saying to Sita that she must prove that she is still pure, that doesn't appear in the anime. By the way, if you see that I read you an answer to you while seeing the phone instead to the camera, it's because I have the chat in the phone. Temple of Narur, Kandaswami of Hafna, Stupa of Hetavanaramaya, and Stupa Dagova Rubambelisaya a Nuradapura. By the way, my pronunciation is a bit bad, just sorry. This one is very beautiful. This is the Hetavanaramaya Stupa, and the other Stupa. I'm going to put pictures of all of them. This one. When it's finished, that it is reaching the end, only missing this, then I will I have to write all the artworks that I have used pictures, so I will do a kind of summary over all of these, and so you can see all the artworks that I have included in this presentation. This is the temple of Nayur Kandaswami. No. And now this one, that it's very massive. And the other one. If I see it. This one. I need to check the name again. Hetavanaramaya. Naramaya, yes. The names are very long, and some of the names I still get confused. This is Stupa. Okay, Stupa Dagova. Ruban Belisaya. A Nuradapura. Nuradapura. Yes. Indonesia. Here there is the Salyendra culture, Stupa of Borobudur, the biggest Buddhist monument of the world, connected with the Gupta culture. It unifies the stupa as funerary monument and also a plant simulating the mandala. The complex is like a representation of the universe, and also the Mount Meru. Remember, Mount Meru is the sacred mountain. And you will see when you see the shape. The shape. It's clearly a representation of the Mount Meru. This one. And more pictures. So the plant. There's more pictures. Photo. I'm going to put at least one more or two more. This and this. Cambodia. Here there is the Khmer culture. They mix Buddhism and Hinduism in the form of Harihara, a fusion between Vishnu and Shiva. I think here I won't put anything. Angkor Wat. It is the biggest Hinduist temple dedicated to Vishnu. It combines the typology of Temple Mount, reference to Mount Meru, with the typology of galleries. It is like a residence for gods. It has a prasad, a pyramidal temple surrounded by various courtyards. Surrounded by a pit with water, in the interior there are gardens and pools. The towers remind to the Hinduist cikadas, and there are reliefs as decoration. Probably for this one I'm going to put two big pictures. This is like the stair, this is the interior, this is the aerial. I'm going to put this and this one that is like interior. Angkor. Bayon Temple, located in Angkor Thom, it represents also the Mount Meru. The most interesting of this place are the great amount of towers with many smiling faces, called as the Khmer Smile. It is thought that they are bodhisattvas, and there are also reliefs of narrative and genre scenes. So this is the Bayon Temple, and this is the Khmer Smile. These are reliefs. Is here? No, not any picture of the Here you can see the faces, like here there is one, here there is other, here other. So I think I'm going to use this picture. And I like this one, but the other also. There. I get one up closer. Okay. And finally, colonial and contemporaneity. Colonial, the British conquer of India in mid-19th century until, thanks to the ideology of Mahatma Gandhi, they get the independence in 1947. Gate of India, Hawa Mahal, Victoria Memorial Hall, Swadeshi movement, Abanindranath Tagore. I'm not sure if this is okay, just checking the name. Founded the Indian Society of Eastern Art and father of modern painting in India. In image, one of his painting entitled Asoka's Queen. It continues. Okay. Gate of India, Hawa Mahal, and Victoria Memorial Hall. Thinking how to put this here. I'm going to put this too. Gate of India and Hawa Mahal. Now this painting is this one. Asoka's Queen by Abanindranath Tagore. Contemporaneity. Akshardham complex, the temple is in the center, built with the ideas of the Vastu Shastras. There is a musical fountain with lotus shape and also a lotus garden. Ikskon temple, there are various rooms for priests and administration things. I really like the lotus ceiling. Lotus ceiling, it is saving. And Lotus Temple, one of the most important constructions of the late art in India, inspired by lotus flower. The Lotus Temple is one of my favorites. This is the Akshardham. This is the fountain. The fountain with the shape of lotus. the Ixcon temple with the lotus in the ceiling, and this is the lotus temple. Is just wonderful. I love this one. I think I'm going to use put contemporary because it's very long title. And here only colonial. Okay, going back a moment. It is this and one of the fountain. And this. And the last one. This is wonderful. Where is the other picture I'm searching? This, yes. These are the last pictures. Lotus Temple is just wonderful. And the names Axardam. Sar. I forgot one. Ardam complex. Now this one, the Iskon temple. And the last one, the Lotus temple. Okay, fine, finish that. Now the summary for the artworks. How long? Okay, almost 6 hours. And this PowerPoint is super long. Okay, now going to the beginning. Introduction. I think one moment, let me check. Because I want to have the same formats as the others, like I just choose this one. Because I think the maps I should add it in different category. So just a moment. Origins. Yes, introduction. Map, then origins. Buddha, Samavanga, Avalokitesvara, Anga, Jaksi, Trivanga, Iva Ativanga, Lingam and Yoni. Wheel of Samsara. Buddha, Lotus Flower. Trimurti. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Brahman, Saraswati, Shiva, Parvati, and Ganesha. I'm going to check again because probably I should be using another punctuation string. Okay, never mind. Krishna and Radha. Cosmic Air. Mount Meru. No art. Beam, Betka, Rock Art. Priest, King. Seals. And War of Kurukshetra. Buddhism. I didn't add any picture of Harappa or Mohenjo-daro, so let me search. Yeah. Maybe I can put it in the same. Now yes. Puddings. Stamba, Lion, Capital, Starnut, Evolution of Buddhist Architecture, Parts of Stupa, Stupa of Sanchi, Stupa of Barfoot. I wrote it correctly. Yes, I knew. I missed it out. What? Stupa of Barfoot. Chaitya of Pali. Gandhara Buddha. Bodhisattva Maitreya. Mathura Buddha. Stupa of Amaravati. Bamiyan Buddhas of Afghanistan. Petra. Hold on. Temple of Santi. Temple of Dasavatara. Deogar. Chaitya of Baja. Complex of Hanta. For pictures. Master Buddha of Sarnath. Bodhisattva Torso of Santi. Bodhisattva of Gupta. Head of Buddha. Vishnu Mahadeva. Vishnu Varaha. Vishnu Anantasayana. Stupa of Bodhanath. Potala Palace. Vihara of Eleora. Vihara of Elephanta. 2 elephants of Elephanta. Amarapuram to Kailasanathar of Kanchipuram and Bull Nandi. This is the last one, I think. Yes. Hinduist architecture. Temple of Lingaraja. Of Bhubaneswar. Temple of Surya. Konarak. Wait, different pictures. Complex of Khajuraho. 3. Chaturbhuja in Gwalior. Temple of Adinath. 3. Temple of Neminath. And Temple of Dilwara. Sarasvati as Sakti. Komateswara. Brihadisvara in Tanjore. Ivanataraja Kali Madurai Srirangam and Nataraja. Islamist Kutub Minar 3. Timurlang Masjid. Red Fort of Delhi. Mausoleum of Humayun. Mausoleum of Safdar Jung. Fatehpur Sikri. I think I put 4 pictures. Red Fort of Agra. 4 pictures maybe. No, 3, 6. Mausoleum of Akbar. Mausoleum of Idimat Ud Dawla. 1, 2, 3, 4. Taj Mahal. 6. Char Minar Mosque in Hyderabad. Mausoleum of Gol Gumbaz in Bihapur, Karnataka. Golden Temple of Amritsar. The Harbah of the miniature, Krishna and Radha miniatures for Babur miniature, Akbar miniatures, 6. Jahangir miniatures, 4. Shah Jahan miniature, Aurangzeb miniature, Deccan miniatures, 3. And Faizabad miniature. Other places. Sigiriya caves. This was in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka. Subang, Borobudur, Indonesia, and Beaches. And the last one is Angkor Wat in Cambodia, 2, and Bayon Temple, Cambodia. Colonial, Gate of India, Hawa Mahal, Ashoka's Queen by Avanindranath Tagore, Contemporaneity, Akshardham Complex, ISKCON Temple, and Lotus Temple. Probably I will have to put one per each. Wow, this is very big, very long. Oh, miniature. Forgot it. Saving. Okay, this finished. And now as the final thing, as always, going to play my game An Artistic Adventure and visiting the places of India. Just a moment, let me select correct Windows. Moment checking that. It's up here. Good. India. Many places to visit here. Especially here. Let's start. Mohenjo-Daro. Seals of Mohenjo-Daro. This goes to Zappa. Relic of a moment. I always use this playing to fix books. I just found a book here. Like when I enter, I should appear in our teleport. Pataliputra. This is a column with Maurya capital. the palace of Ashoka. And this is founded the Maurya dynasty, and Pataliputra is the capital city of the Maurya Empire. Who is this one? Salutan King Chandragupta Maurya. This one, random person, and this must be Ashoka. Value, my name is Ashoka. Greco-Buddhist sculpture and Maurya capital. Tibet. This is the Potala Palace. And this is the Dalai Lama, I suppose. The Potala Palace is post-Buddha style in Tibet with influence of China. Greetings, welcome to the Potala Palace, home of the Dalai Lama. Relic of the Potala Palace. This is the Stupa of Bhuvannath. Oh, I didn't remember. You've obtained a relic of the Stupa of Bhuvannath. I go to these places now. Cambodia, the Angkor Wat. This is the Khmer figure. This is Bayon Temple. Here just random mountain. Oh, and here there is a secret thing. Angkor Wat. Relic of Angkor Wat. And this is the secret. There is something strange about this trapdoor. Maybe there is something that must be found in the Angkor Wat or Cambodia as a whole. It was around here, if I remember well. There is a hidden lever somewhere around here. I think I'm going to trick it and check where it is. I thought it was somewhere behind this, but it's not. So give me a moment, I'm going to trick it. Probably it's bubbled, I don't know. Yes, probably it's bubbled. Caracas, tiny. Okay, I know where it is, so if it doesn't work, then make me forget. Okay, now here. There is something signing here. What will happen if you interact? So there is something signing. It has transformed into a lever. What will happen if you activate it? The lever is activated. The secret trapdoor inside the anchor watt has been unlocked. To Naraka. Greetings, welcome to Naraka. This place is very dangerous. There are many terrible Asura around here. Take care. Yes, better I don't fight because I don't have any weapons. Okay, I'm going to die. Yes. There is a treasure around here and I just want to get the treasure. This is like travel to Atlantis. You have obtained a relic of Naraka. So why it says travel to Atlantis? Okay, probably I'm going to die. Let's watch Atlantis. Pursue a phone, travel to the Okay, I get out of this place before I die. Escape. Okay. My character is almost dead. But I have some joy, so later I will buy some potions. Indonesia. This is the Stupa of Borobudur. Relic of the Stupa of Borobudur. Yes. Okay, this place is not far. Yes, not good. Buddha of Mathura. Sarnath. Buddha of Sarnath. So many places with Walior. Temple of Tedurufa, Walior. Stone of Walior. Buddha, this Agra. Okay, I go to Agra now. Who is this? Who is this? And this is just one person. Stone of the Red Fort of Agra. Red Fort of Agra. Who is this? Oh, I know who is this. I know with the rainbow of soul in the sky. I know who is special character. So this is Mausoleum of Akbar. This is Akbar. And the Great Akbar. Treasure of the Mausoleum of Akbar. And this is Jahangir. Yes. Seed of Jaharba. And Taj Mahal. Okay, I go to other places first. Fatherproof Sikri. Sikri, Hamas Hip. secret. This is the D1 gas. Punch Mahal. Punch Mahal. Tomb of Sabine. Remember, like square with 4 rivers. I didn't up the entrance in this map because the space and just missed the Taj Mahal. The Taj Mahal. This is Saipan. Mughal miniature. Relic of Taj Mahal. Rajput miniature. Agra, this is Delhi. Okay, it's fine. And here are the stores. Delhi shop. Stone of the Red Fort of Delhi. Delhi Inn. Red Fort of Delhi. Relic of the Qutub Minar. And this is the Hama Masjid. My name is Timurla. Relic of the Hama Masjid. Mausoleum of Humayun. This is Humayun. Treasure of the Mausoleum of Humayun. India. Amritsar. Here the story is going to be told also. Yes. Teleporting site direction. Seek gold ingot. Okay, more places. Sarnath revisit, Warrior revisit, Mount Owl. Figure of Comat Esquara, Temple of Kalimat. cabinet. Relic of Mount Abu. Neminat. I think that's all. Santi. Right, seems we have Torana, Stamba, Vedivka, Domed of Meti and Armika Justi. Praxina. The Stupa of Santi. Yaxi of the Torana of Santi. What is this place? Kahurahu. And I got this place. Which I don't know. To the Candarilla Mahaviva. To obtain a Mituna of Kahurahu. Konarak. Fragment of the Sikara of Surya. This Bhuvaneswar. Temple of Surya. And this is Bhuvaneswar. Temple of Lingaraja. Relic of Lingaraja. Santa. As I'm going to this, yes. Santa. To the caves of Ahanta. The art of India is guided by the Vastu Sastras for architecture and Silpa Sastras for painting. The Sadanga establishes the basic principles, and these are Rupa Veda, Pramani, Valavana, Yohanam, Sadrishyam, Varnika Vanga, and there are some. Okay, I didn't translate this one. Ahanta. Caves of Ahanta. Where is the treasure here? Painting of Ahanta. The Bodhisattva Padmapani. India. Ellora. To the Vihara of Ellora. Stone of Ellora. Bihapur. To the mausoleum of Paul Gumbaz. Relic of Golgon Bath. I think there is nothing else here. Elephanta. The Caves of Elephanta. Si vamos a subirla. Elephant of Elephanta. Madurai. Relic of Madurai. Kokuran of Madurai. In the Jack Dynasty. This is Sri Lanka. The Sigirija Caves. Painting of Sigirija. Relic of Hadara Navaya. Tuba of Ramaya. Now I'll this is Sri Rangam. What's this? Alright. Relic of Sri Rangam. Kopuram of Sri Rangam. Here it continues down for it. Brihadisvara. The Chola dynasty was here. Relic of Tanjore. Statue of Sivana Taraja. No hay absolutamente. Razas of Mayapuram. Raza of Mayapuram. Kanchipuram. Velasanathar. Demos real faithful. Siva of Kanchipuram. Yes. The last one, Amaravati. Stupa of Amaravati. Fragment of the Stupa. And that's all. Visited all the places. Okay, so it is finished. So I'm going to finish now. Everything has been done. Well, I'm very dark in the video. I finished, so I hope you enjoyed this stream and you learned it. So thank you very much for being there and see you next time.